Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys!
I apologize profusely. This was not the show I wanted to do. You guys forced me my hand. I got nothing to lose. I'm feeling pretty sick right now. I'll tell you why. But we can do something. We do something. If we can do it, we do it. And if we're sick, we do it sick. Actually, I'm not really all that sick. Gracias, gracias. We're going to do things a little bit differently today. Thank you. That's for Ned. I really need to get the Ned cam going. I am at my home studio for a variety of reasons. And not the least of which is because I'm going in for oral surgery tomorrow, which is going to be interesting. Sorry, no, we're going to jump right into things today because I think this topic deserves it. I'm on antibiotics right now, but so here's the deal. I'm just to preface today's show, I'm gonna do something a little bit different today. I went to the dentist on Friday, which was like the morning after Access Vegas on the last show, and I had like the worst toothache, man. I was like, God damn, man. So I went and I got got in for an exam, and turns out that this molar that's on the back lower jaw, the furthest one back, is split, and it's like right down the seam. It would be one thing if it was across, but it's not. It's down the seam. And I was like, oh my God. So I'm talking to the dentist guy there. He seems pretty up on his things. Like, he seems like a pretty good dude. So I figured, hey, I'll do it. But so tomorrow, joy, I get to go to the dentist and have what amounts to oral surgery. Now, they're not going to be like putting me under or anything like that, but they're going to numb me up pretty good. And what they've got to do is they've got to split the tooth and pull it out in two parts. Yeah. Did you get those willies in your stomach right now? Yeah. I did when they told me that. So they've got me on amoxicillin and something. And now I don't know if I had a reaction to that amoxicillin or something last night, but I had the worst stomach ache I have ever had in my life. I mean, like brink of death. And so I was up pretty late last night, and I was just in agony, and I have no idea if it was that or I ate something bad. I don't know. It was almost like food poisoning, but I'm okay now, so I don't know that it was necessarily food poisoning, but I might have had some sort of reaction to whatever the antibiotics are that they gave me. They got to push you, put you chock full of antibiotics before they do this stuff. So I got to go in there. And then what they have to do is they have to pull all that stuff out. They're going to deaden the nerve. So it's like it's not even that bad. I mean, it's sore, but it's not like really super bad right now. And so they're going to pull it out in two parts. And then they've got to put bone graft in my jaw, which, since I have such a wonderful jawline here, as you can see, I've got a pretty healthy amount of bone right there, but it's the problem is because there's so much bone there, it's gonna take longer for the bone graft to fill in that hole. So I'm gonna have like no molar back here for about 4 to 5 months. And then once it takes, then they got to put the I don't know, the peg or the pin or something in there so that they can put I don't know, not a veneer, an implant of some sort. So they've got a fake tooth back there. I'm like, can you make it gold? Yeah, I'm really particular about my teeth. Nobody knows this about. I'm going to share this with you really quickly here. Nobody really knows this about me. My grandfather, whose name I bear, my real name, he was an oral surgeon. and he graduated from USC in 1929. I happen to have his very nice, beautiful diploma that hangs on my wall next to mine, and so I've always been like, I grew up with a grandfather that always said, take care of your teeth, take care of your teeth, and I have done really good. So like people poking around in my mouth is I hate it. So I'm not going to be in a good way. Now, they have assured me that I'll be okay to go to Babes in Toyland on the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th, but I'm going to play that one by ear and just sort of see how it goes. But anyways, tomorrow, 2 o'clock Pacific time, that's where I will be, and that's one of the reasons I'm maybe a little bit low energy today. But also, I want to respond to this this video that Pearl, and I shouldn't even, I almost feel bad about titling the video using Pearl's name in the video, because this is not about debunking Pearl's lies, it's about debunking Glenn Lawrence's lies. And I've got to give you a few caveats here in the prologue here for a moment. This is most likely a video that Glenn Lawrence has wanted to do for quite some time. And the reason why I say that is because a lot of the bullshit that comes out of Pearl's mouth, which she's responsible for as well, is mostly crap that I've heard from Glenn. Now, Glenn is autistic. I mean, like clinically autistic. And certainly, if he's not been prescribed with autism, he probably should be just prescribed with autism. Definitely on the spectrum. Let's just put it that way. And a lot of the stuff that gets discussed in this video is stuff that he probably wanted her to say a long time ago, and took this opportunity to essentially butcher this video. Now, before I get started here, this came from, I'm fairly certain, I could be wrong, but I'm fairly certain this came from a live stream she was doing, because she was talking to people in the chat. And the thing that launched or started it off here, as you'll see in a moment, is that she was attempting to get subs for subscriptions. Okay, fine. We all got to do it. I mean, she's demonetized and has been for some time. So really the only way she can make money off of YouTube right now is to get subscriptions. And so, I mean, hey, we all got to do what we got to do. So whatever, But I'm fairly certain that the deal was, subscribe now or get a subscription, and I'll answer any questions you want me to ask. Ask me anything. Well, of course, what do people ask? Well, how come Rollo hates you so much, right? And of course, she's got to come up with some cock and bullshit about what she thinks her side of the story is, and I'm going to systematically debunk every line. We're going to go line by line. That's why I'm starting this today without the videos and everything, because I kind of want to just jump in. People always complain about the videos anyways, like, oh, he doesn't. Video starts at 17 minutes in, and I was like, well, and actually it does, and I just use those videos as an intro. But I'm going to break format here for a little bit. I'm going to do something a little bit different today. I'm going to try to maintain. I'm going to deliver today's pod class in as best way I can. I'm going to see if I can channel my inner President Sunday for today. And if you don't know who President Sunday is, he's a guy who has been right on top of destiny throughout his, let's just say his, I want to call it assault, because it's not really assault. His revenge porn allegations, which, by the way, there's 4 girls now. So you've got Pixie, you've got Sherry, and there's 2 more, and I don't know the names of them. But now he's facing 4 independent charges, because when one comes up, the rest of them come out too. So and they all come out at the same. All the sharks come when they smell blood in the water. That's when the sharks are there. But one of the things I really like about President Sunday is he's very to the point. I don't think I've ever seen the guy get really kind of overly emotional. He's very analytical about stuff, and so I'm going to try to do my best to sort of maintain that kind of composure for all of this, because I think if people expect me to just be pounding on a table, and it's like, well, I'm going to try to be as diplomatic as I possibly can. I'm just going to go line by line. I'm going to explain to you why what she's saying is bullshit, and I've got receipts to back it up. So I'm going to go through that here in just a moment. But before we do, I have one, if you don't know about my band's playing on March 12th at the Bonfire in Las Vegas. That's coming up. We're playing a Battle of the Bands. We're up against three other bands. And the show gets started at 8 p.m. Pacific time here in Las Vegas. So if you guys are inclined, or if you happen to be in Vegas, we'd love to see you. So saying that, I'm also going to take some questions at the end too. I think it's going to be there's going to be some questions about this, and I'm more than happy. I mean, please throw some super chats at me here too. But if you want me to answer questions like in any kind of detail, just like raise your hand with a super chat. But before I jump in here wholesale, I have to thank. I've got some thanks to give to Andrew Wilson. And primarily for this, now there's a reason I'm starting off this show with this video right here, so bear with me for a moment here.
Initially made me incredibly paranoid who I could trust that wasn't mining our conversations for some sort of confession or blackmail material.
Kind of like when Destiny got together with Lauren Southern and Brittany Venti in order to perpetrate that phony paperwork to make Rollo think that, she had his love child or some shit. Helldivers on PC or PS5, I did like it on PC more. Kind of like that, in order to put him in a position where he felt like he couldn't trust anybody, right? Where he felt like he couldn't trust anybody, couldn't really, because so many people were part of this scheme, right? He's been on the other end of that too. And now he knows how it feels, I guess.
Sorry, guys, I had echo cancellation off, but you guys get the point here. The reason why I want to point this out is because really, for the longest time, I've had to live under this shadow, and I think I've already explained this. I did one video on this right when all this stuff went down, when all the leaks came out about Destiny, and it was 100% vindication of everything that I had suspected. And I want to also point out that Andrew Wilson, behind the scenes anyways, was with me from the jump, and to the point where where Lauren Southern and Destiny, who had and others too, not just those two, had colluded to create or manufacture dirt on me. And that was as a result of really kind of the charter or the mission statement of Progressive Victory, which is the Democrat the DNC PAC, the Political Action Committee that he was a part of. And by the way, Pixie was a part of, and Jasmine Jafar, and Mia Khalifa, Farah, as well as Angela Knight, as well as all the girls that were in his sort of like his harem, I guess, for lack of a better word, and others too. And the odd thing about it is this, and I'm prefacing this because Pearl makes a tragic error in judgment in this video right here, because she, for the longest time, believed, and still probably does, but she completely is dismissive about the whole thing, about the bullshit that I had to go through for all of this. So, oh, thanks, Pearl. I guess I fart out on my dick. I know this ain't Pearl. No, but I would like to welcome all of the Chinese commenters, comment bots that are going to show up in my stream today. So we'll explain that to you guys as well. But no, I just wanted to point this out because Andrew Wilson had my back from the jump and still does to this day. And what I think is funny right now, and if you've watched any of the stuff with Destiny, if you watch any of the stuff that he put out some sort of like manifesto or some sort of like confessional statement, and President Sunday was talking about this. Andrew Wilson's been talking about this. Queeman has been talking about this as well. These are people that I don't necessarily. Well, I guess President Sunday I kind of follow, but the fact that Destiny's trying to turn himself into the victim in all of this is just laughable, and it's particularly like poignant for me because of all the bullshit that these guys went to discredit me. Now, there was a time during I think it was 2020, 2023, later 2022, where a lot of the guys from the Progressive Victory, Twitch Kids group, Destiny's, his community, who are abandoning him wholesale these days, which I am happy to see happening. But where there was this concerted effort, and I picked out this pretty early in the timeline anyways, is they were trying to discredit and try to bring down as many red pill guys as they possibly could. So for instance, there was a time where Donovan Sharp had gone on Adam Sosnick's show, which the now defunct Adam Sosnick show, and essentially had cherry-picked women to be on this show who were part of Destiny's crew, right? And by the way, I'm looking at Amy Dangerfield as well in all of this too, who's basically trying to backpedal and trying to dissociate or distance herself from all this stuff. Not quite, bitch. I'm going to pull you back in. But yeah. Don't forget, Amy Dangerfield has spent at least as much time in Destiny's apartment as most of these other girls have too. So just a quick reminder there. But anyway, so they try to take down Donovan Sharp on Adam Sosnick's show because they stacked the audience with, or the girls, the panel with the girls that were all Destiny's angels, right? All of his girls. And so he, gets off the stage. Then they did it with MLD, and they try, Adam thought that, MLD thought that Adam was like setting him up for failure, which he was, but I'm not even sure that Adam even knew that at the time, because they did exactly the same thing. They stacked the panel with the girls who were part of Progressive Victory, part of Destiny's crew, right? And that was the whole point, was to tear apart these guys. And I was, of course, on that list as well. And the problem is they couldn't find any dirt on me, because I am who I say I am. With my wife, I've been with her for 28 years. You guys know my background. I have 2 greyhounds, right? I am who I am. I've written 5 books, internationally best-selling books, okay? And I can remember, and I really wish I had the link to it, but I can remember on a couple of occasions watching Destiny's show, and he was talking about how they were trying to find dirt on me, and they couldn't find anything. I was too clean. So what happens when you can't find dirt on somebody is you manufacture it, you make it. And that's more or less what they decided to do. Now, I didn't realize this at the time, but I was stepping into a minefield by talking about Lauren Southern's ex-husband. And you guys already know the story for that. I've got at least half a dozen videos about this. But just to give you a brief catch up here, I had been talking to Lauren Southern's ex-husband, and verified, by the way, ex-husband. And the thing is the reason I'm pointing out that this has been verified now is because nobody believed me back then, including Glenn Lawrence, including Pearl, who was if she wasn't complicit in this, she was implicit in all of this. And I'll explain to you why that is. So what happens is then I start talking about, I start getting too close to the truth. And that's why I'm appreciative of what Andrew Wilson did for me then, and does still to this day, backs me up, because Andrew knew from the jump that Destiny was full of shit. But so anyways, I'm given all of this stuff. I have the receipts. I have all of the text exchanges. I have all the signal messages. I have all of the DMs and everything else. And again, like I said, I went over and did this again once I was sort of vindicated of the Lauren Southern thing. But so what had happened, and I didn't realize sort of the minefield I was walking into, was that I had gotten into, I suggested anyways at the but just by reading some of the exchanges I had with Lauren Southern's ex-husband, was I was getting a little too close to the truth, because at that point there had already been a relationship with Lauren Southern, and quite a sordid one at that point. Like if you look at any of the leaks, of the text leaks, Lauren Southern is borderline personality disorder, narcissistic personality disorder, she has every cluster B personality disorder of the 4. She has some sort of manifestation of all of those, which, by the way, her ex-husband explained to me too in our exchanges. But I didn't realize how close I was getting. And remember, this was in 2023, 2023, like May or June of 2023. And this was at the time when, I think maybe it was May of 2023. This was at the time where Destiny and Melina were still married. And I'm sure that affair or that exchange that they had back in the day was something that Destiny did not want to go back over and recover. Because if I point this out, if I say, hey, look, here is evidence, receipts of Lauren Southern's ex-husband confirming that there was an affair between Lauren and Destiny, that's going to be something, a point of contention. I'm sure that he doesn't want to have to go back and recover all of that because it happened in 2022, right? And so what does he do? Is he dodges and everything, even not so erudite, even Kyla, even Kyla is like runs defense, runs cover for him. And that's basically her only role in anything these days is running cover for Destiny or running cover for other people. But so I'd gotten really close and they needed me to shut up. They needed me to shut up and stop like pulling the threads that I was pulling at that time. And so what did they do? They created this false, or they essentially counterfeited a document that was a quote unquote emissions document. Like, I mean, this, like, think about the effort. People kept saying, oh, this is just a troll. This is not a troll. This is collusion is what this is. And the reason why they went and created this admissions document for an ultrasound a few years back, right? And this is in Canada. And I'll explain to this as we get a little bit further into the video here, but I wanted to point out that the whole reason why they went to such an extreme detail was to manufacture dirt on me and find some way to discredit Rollo. And to the point where Destiny, and I'm like, why the fuck is Destiny like involved in all of this? It's Lauren and me that were having this sort of exchange, right? And Destiny and all these other people, and by the way, not just Destiny, but a lot of the people from his DCC, whatever it is, DGG, his army of trolls kept saying, well, how come you won't produce the document? How come you won't show this on your stream? And I'm like, well, because I don't want to have my channel taken down for a HIPAA violation. I knew that because my wife was, and well, for most of her life, well, all of her life, pretty much, a medical professional. And I'll explain a little details about that a little bit later too. But I didn't want to lose my channel, like exposing like medical records on your channel. I can't think of a more, reasonable reason to demonetize and essentially destroy your channel. And by the way, had I done that, I have every expectation that everyone, like the army of trolls on DC or DGG, would have mass reported me. Look, he's doxing her medical things, even though they were fake, even though they were counterfeits, even though the whole thing is just basically fraud, right? And they're forgeries, and very clever forgeries, I should say too. But she enlisted a guy who does Photoshop. She enlisted all these people who, and by the way, then you've got Brittany Venti, who's a part of this too. So you've got Lauren Southern, you've got Brittany Venti, you've got Destiny. We're going to throw in Nick Fuentes here. Why? Well, because Nick Fuentes has a history with Brittany Venti. People don't know this, but Brittany Venti used to be part of Nick Fuentes's Spurg Army when they went to go the Tiki Torch parade in Charlottesville, right? She was there. There's literally video of her marching in the Tiki Torch parade or whatever the hell that was in Charlottesville, North Carolina back in 2016. She was there. She was part of that whole thing. So that's going to be important too. I'm giving you the preamble here. That's going to be important as we move through this as well. But I wanted to point this out because everybody kept saying like, oh, I knew it was fake. No, you didn't know it was fake. You thought it was just as real as anybody else was because you didn't have the same level of involvement in it that I did. Well, anybody could have seen that. Like, they want to make me look like the idiot. Anybody could have seen that this was a fake. Oh no, you wouldn't have. And nobody told me that it was a fake. Nobody said, hey, maybe this isn't what you think it is. No one said that. I showed the documents to several people, including Glenn Lawrence, who's going to lie through his teeth here in just a little while. So let's keep going. I'm going to start here. So just one more thing. Well, one more thanks. Thank you, Andrew, for bringing that up and for vindicating pretty much everything I've done. I've got one super chat here. I got to jump in. Sorry, let me throw this on. Rational Trucker, if you detail all of Pearl's lies, you'll need at least 5 hours. Yeah, well, that's why I'm saying, that's why I skipped the videos this morning. Pearl should couple with Destiny. No. No one. I wouldn't even wish that on Pearl. The perfect couple. Pearl already told everyone she's a liar on Jed's show. I'm just an entertainer. Yeah, I remember. Oh, by the way, Jed's coming back pretty soon too. She wants me to come on her show. That'll be great. Man, I can't wait till she gets restarted. I love me some Jed. So there we go. Okay, let's start this off here. I'm just going to riff on this. I'm going to stop it in certain places just so we can go line by line. I have receipts already loaded up here, and if I don't, I might have to do some screen shares, maybe. Just to give you fair warning here, I didn't want to do this show today. I really wanted to talk about the interview between James Sexton and that pastor guy from Hillsong United. That was what I really wanted to talk about today, but these guys, I made it a priority, so here you go.
Many times, people have talked shit about me over the years, and I really haven't ever responded. I mean,
that's lie number one. Okay, I mean, really. No, you've responded many times.
And now, Rollo Tomasi is a phenomenal author. I love his work. And when I read his work a couple of years ago, and I only talk about this publicly because my brother said I could, but I have a brother that committed suicide.
Okay, as we move on through this, I want you to notice how many jump cuts are in this. This is like very ham-fisted, like post-production video editing right here. And there's only one person I know who is this bad at video editing, and I'll explain why.
Attempted suicide like years ago. I know it doesn't, I don't sound that torn up now. It was very sad at the time, but this was a very long time ago. So we've kind of moved on to, and when I read Rollo.
Like that jump cut. One of the things that Pearl does is she tries to be relatable, right? I'm just trying to be his friend the whole time. I'm just trying to be a friend. I love his stuff. I even have a brother who attempted suicide, just like his brother-in-law ended up hanging himself, right? So there's this sort of like familiarity. I can identify with this guy, right?
Rollo Tomasi's book a couple years ago now, it really made a lot of stuff like make sense. Alpha Widow was something that I'd seen, something that I'd experienced.
I will bet you she couldn't even define what that is right now.
And that was one of the first videos I saw of Rollo's. And really, when I got into the space, I wanted Rollo to be my friend. I really did. And unfortunately,
Okay. Catch all those jump cuts? Let me keep going here.
And really, when I got into the space, I wanted Rollo to be my friend. I really did. And unfortunately, he did not accept my friendship. Now, before I get into it, I want to read all of the people that signed up last show that are allowing me to talk about this internet lore. Now,
okay, so this is the part where you got to pay attention a little bit. The only reason she's doing this is because she's on a subscription drive here. And so what she's doing is she's pandering to her audience. If you're going to be a new subscriber and you get to do a Q&A with her, well, what questions? Ask me anything. Why does Rollo hate you so much? That's really the means behind this. She's not doing this sort of as like some sort, come to Jesus moment. This isn't something that she like took upon herself. It's a response to pandering to the people who want to be new subscribers.
I will give you guys tea, because remember, whenever I bring up someone else's name, it gives them the ability to create drama out of this, react to it. Like, God only knows what this man's going to do. I mean, he's done whole spurging sessions on me.
It sounds like somebody who like really likes me and really wants my work out there, and really she's been inspired.
So I try to keep other people's name out of my mouth, but I will do it when I am paid. Yup. Yes, I will.
Catch that? I will do it when I'm paid.
Shaylin, thank you for signing up. Yearly membership. Matthew, another yearly membership. Sneed, monthly membership. Another yearly membership.
Just look at all these jump cuts.
from Paschal, I think. And this is on the last 14 hours too, 21 hours ago. Another one from Eric. And that's perfect. Once we get to, at some point we won't even have to do commercials, even though this is our sponsor second link. I'm going to talk about it later. I do like them. So this isn't even like a forced sponsor. But at some point, if we get enough memberships, I don't even have to do commercials.
Catch that? Just saying.
And I can do I can even have a whole production team in here, but what do we need?
Yeah, you know what? You're right. Everyone does pander to their audience. Everyone does pander to the audience. Then there's the people who pander to their audience for the sake of pandering. They do it because they don't care about what's coming out of their mouth. They only care about what people want to hear. That's the difference. Like, I'm gonna point this out right fucking now. Okay. When I went on Myron and Fresh's, or when I went on it wasn't even Myron that did it. It was Donovan Sharp wanted to put everybody on that panel show that we had. It was myself and MLT was on there. Myron and Fresh were on there. I brought Mike Sartain in, and Angry Man was on there, and some other guys were on there. And it was basically this, hey, let's all unite the tribes kind of thing once again. And I'm happy to do it. I'll do it. But the thing is I don't know if you guys caught any of that, or maybe I should make a clip out of it. But the first thing that came out of my mouth is the only way I'm going to take part in this is if everybody is real and everybody is 100% about this. Everybody is on board, because I am sick to fucking death about listening to, it's just business, because that's exactly what happened here. Since we're pointing this out, this is actually a perfect segue. I put this in right after Myron and Fresh decided to, start working with, or I don't even know if they're still working, but to bring her on the show, or to show up on their show, right? And I said Pearl's purpose is to make the red pill look ridiculous, so Daily Wire, Vice, and the rest of these, others can point to her as the face of the manosphere and get cheap content. She is their patsy. The tradcons, the libtards will never mention a single name in the red pill except for Pearl. That's still true to this day, right? But the thing is, the reason I threw that on there, you know what I did? Before I even said anything, before I had any public statement, I called up Myron and Fresh. And I said, "What the fuck are you doing? You're the ones that told me she was a snake. And you guys are the ones that are in, and now suddenly, we got to bring everybody together. We got all these tradcons, and we got all these Democrats, and we got all this other blah, 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 are coming after us." That's always been how it's been. We have always had to deal with that. But now you're going to go sleep with the enemy because of that? It's just business. That was the next thing that came out of their mouth. I'm like, no, it is not business. It's not business anymore. Not to me, it ain't. That's why the first thing I said is, like, you want to say, you pander to your audience. Well, I sell books, but you know what? I sell books that help people rearrange and change their lives for the better. And I've been doing that for going on 23 years, almost 24 years now. So yeah, it is something that's personal to me. Yes, it is something that's like my life's work. I hate to even call it that. It's weird for me to even say that, right? But I'm like, I don't want to be involved with people who aren't about it, because everybody decided that they wanted to pivot out of the red pill. They wanted to be red pill adjacent. Well, if that's the case and you want to go ride with Pearl, you're not riding with me. I'll explain a little bit more about that later on here. But the thing is like, when we talk about pandering to an audience, yes, everybody does. Everyone's a grifter. I mean, I'm sure Hotep Jesus, I know you're probably watching this. I remember when Hotep Jesus told me one time, he said, everyone is a grifter. You, me, everyone. We're on the take. Everyone is a grifter, especially in the influencer economy, right? Everyone is a grifter. The difference is, what do you give back? Pearl gives nothing back. I like to think that I give a lot back. I like to think that I save lives. I like to think that I help people like rearrange themselves. The whole reason I did Reignite over the last year is to address that, to actually, because I was done being just a face on a freaking podcast. I want to be able to, talk to guys face to face. I want to be able to help people on the like boots on the ground. That was the whole reason I started Reignite, which, by the way, you can join if you yeah, I mean, it was to help guys, to keep the noose off their neck, to keep the gun out of their mouth, to help these guys sort of rebuild, to unfuck their lives, right? And I don't see that happening. I don't see that in any way, shape, or form that has ever come out of Pearl. Pearl's been working on some stupid divorce documentary for what, 3 years now? Where's that? Nowhere. And will continue to be nowhere. Nobody wants to work with her. Because as soon as you outlive your usefulness for her, she's done with you, and she'll fuck you as soon as smile at you. So just things to keep in mind here, man. It's like there's a reason that for me anyways, there's a reason why we do stuff. Is it because if you pay me, I'll talk about it? I mean, she's already self-snitched, right? Self-snitching. So, I've already said to the guys on the panel, on Donovan Sharp's panel, I said, look, I'll be happy to join you guys. I'll be happy to be a part of this, but we have to be doing this for the right reasons. And those right reasons can't be, it's just business. It's got to be about the red pill. It's got to be about affecting other men's lives. It's got to be about pointing them in the right direction so they don't get distracted or they don't get, forced off free way of life, because some tradcon told them to do one thing, or Pearl told them to do one thing because she was wanting to get paid for it, or somebody else said something for it. Like I said, I've been doing this longer than anyone else. And you know what? Now that I'm here, where was it? Somebody in the chat before the show was saying, "Oh, Rollo's just professionally jealous. He's just jealous." I'm like, what do I have to be jealous of? Tell me what I have to be jealous of. I've got 5 books to my name. I've got 6 coming out, hopefully by the end of this month. If I can ever get to it, because I got to deal with this shit. I've got 5 books to my name. I've done more in the last year than Pearl Davis has done in the last 2 or 3 years. Like, where's the documentary? What else is she doing? She's going on making, what she's done well, I've been putting out Reignite. Well, I have been building Access Vegas. Well, I have been building Red One Studios. Well, I have been putting my blood, sweat, and tears into making that move to Vegas when everybody said, no, there's nothing going on in Vegas. They told me and Miguel this. I remember the day, and Miguel probably back me up on this. I remember the day we had the meeting with Patrick Bet-David. You guys already know this. I was very frustrated because I wanted to work with Patrick Bet-David. I wanted to get some sort of contract going with the guy, but he's just too ignorant of the podcast economy, which it still is to this day, right? Doesn't pay his people, doesn't know anything about the influencer economy, doesn't know any of this stuff, and basically wants to treat people like employees. And that's going to be something, by the way, that I'm going to talk about with Jed when I finally get on her show, or if I get her on mine, because she experienced that firsthand, and once again vindicated. Thank you very much. But that was when Miguel and I decided, hey, we're going to go, and it's cut your shit, dude. Cut your fucking shit. Ban that dude, please. Thank you. You don't, I'll do it. See, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. When guys want to spam the chat, that means I'm on to you. That means I got you. When you go, like, that's a good way for you to spend your time. That's a good way. Like you have a very finite amount of hours on this world. That's how you choose to spend those. Because you're so ignorant and you're so addicted to the drama of this little volleyball player, this fat volleyball player, who, by the way, is now living at home because she can't turn a buck off her show anymore. Still relying on mommy and daddy. So, and don't forget the Kickstarter campaign that she's got going on. Where's the money for that, Pearl? The Kickstarter campaign for your divorce documentary that you had to reboot again, right, which you're going to admit to here in this video. Where's that? But I want to point out the fact that, like, the first thing anybody ever says whenever I'm critical of anyone who is more successful than you, Rollo, is that you must be professionally jealous. First of all, there's nothing professional about jealousy. Second of all, is I have outlasted Jordan Peterson. I have outlasted Kevin Samuels. I have outlasted, think about the people. I'm trying to think who else. I've outlasted Sneeko. I've outlasted DJ Academics. I've outlasted Fuentes, who, by the way, is trying to sell off his email lists now because he's almost broke, according to Milo Yiannopoulos. Trust me, I will outlast Pearl. There'll be one fixture in the red pill, and that's going to be me. And always will be. People, oh, well, she's got almost 2 million subs. Subs are nothing, dude. Subs are a vanity metric. Anytime somebody says, man, she's got more subs than you, you don't, I instantly know you don't understand YouTube analytics. There are there are fishing channels that have better analytics than her. You know, they have fewer subs and they still have better analytics than her. Because subs don't make any difference. Comments, likes. I mean, please like the video. I'm happy to read your comments too. That's great. I like getting the engagement, but that doesn't have anything to do with impressions, click-through, CTR, click-through rate, or audience retention. And those are the only three variables or three analytics that really matter in YouTube. If you go and you look at her numbers for her views aren't any better than mine. Really, go look at the videos. Unless she's like interviewing like Destiny or Nick Fuentes, or she's interviewing some big name, she's lower in most cases than my overall views for each of the videos. And by the way, I only do one podcast on a Sunday, right? Go look at those. Go check those. Even the clips channel is comparable. Subscriptions mean nothing. Subscriptions are a vanity metric. So when somebody says, well, they got more subs, or I love it when people go, oh yeah, whatever podcast, yeah, they've got 4.5 million subs. Yeah, 3.5 million of those were generated when he was doing pranks. Who cares? Nobody knows, right? He must be doing good. No, subs don't mean jack shit, man. So, but you're jealous. That's how I know, like when people, like that's the last brain cell firing. Because that's all they got. It sounds like, oh, that sounds like something that sounds right. That sounds truthy, right? It sounds right, kind of, you know, oh, that's the solution to the problem. No, it's not. What am I jealous of? Who cares? I've got, like, at the end of my life, I don't care about the accolades on my freaking, you know, trophies on my shelf, dude. It's my body of work, and my body of work is it's not even in the same planet as Pearl Davis. Like I said, I've done more in the last 2 or 3 years than she's done in the whole time she's been doing her shit. Oh, well, I got 2 million subs. Good. Okay. Good for you. On the back of who? My work? On the back of Myron and Fresh's work? On the back of everybody else who came before you? Like, she's not an ideas person. I like to think of myself as an ideas person. That's why I came up with, you know, Reignite. That's why I wanted to, like, when Miguel and I were done in Florida, and Miguel, thank God for Miguel, because I was pissed. And Miguel's go, why don't we just do it in Vegas? And it was at that point we're like, yeah, let's do this in Vegas, right? And so it was right after that point where we decided, hey, we're gonna do this in Vegas. I'm gonna do a show there or whatever. We're gonna basically set up shop in Vegas. I remember telling Myron and Fresh that, and they just were like dismissive of it. What's in Vegas? Who cares about Vegas? Right. And now they're out here like every other month. And now everybody wants to come to Vegas. Now you got you got the twins out here. You got who else? I mean, you got like Brad Lea. You got CGA is here. And by the way, CGA, people go, oh, Rollo has a problem with CGA. I don't have a problem with CGA. I had a problem with him when he was working with Anthony Johnson for much of the same reasons why I have a problem when people work with Pearl. She's psychotic. She's a pathological liar. She's a pathological personality, and she draws other pathological personalities into her orbit. Now, why am I bringing this up? Because, Jesus Christ, dude. See, this is what I mean. Wait, here, there you go. There's your attention for you. See, the only reason people do this shit is because they got nothing else to do with themselves. Like, they think that this matters. They think that spamming why? Let me ask you this. Why would you spam the chat? Why? Because you know I'm gonna rip your bitch apart. You know this. You know this. Yeah, CGA is in Vegas too. And by the way, just a heads up, I think it's out now, but they did a live stream in Red One Studios, the studio that me and Miguel said, hey, we're going to start this studio in Vegas. Now who's in our studio? Myron and Fresh and CGA. Go look. They just shot it last night. Yep. Us, we took the fucking chance. Is Pearl shaking those chances? Is Pearl, you know, going out there and trying to build from scratch a freaking a studio? No, she's not. But you know what you want? You know what she wanted to do? And you know what Glenn Lawrence wanted her to do? To come to Vegas and use our studio and use our resources, because all she does is piggyback on other people. All she does is take. She's a grifter, and she takes and takes and takes and gives nothing back. We're going to keep going here.
Anyways, Ladybird, another monthly membership. Eric, another monthly membership. Robert, another monthly membership. Marquise, a monthly membership. Ivan, another monthly membership. So again, the ideal.
Wow, all them monthly memberships, and all you had to do was talk shit about me.
Trying to think of our show costs. Okay, so it's tough to say because the monthly memberships and yearly are different, because the yearly, but roughly we get.
No, that was not the real Torsia. I talked to Torsia before we came on, by the way, because I'm going to mention her in a minute.
10 signups a show in 6 months, my costs are covered and I can move out. I have a lot of guilt in my life. I'm going to be honest. My haters will use this against me. I don't really enjoy. My dad, he's helping me out. He built me a studio because I can't afford 2 rents right now.
Imagine that. I didn't seem to have any problem busting my ass to get Red One Studio off the ground.
Do the show. And I have all this very high production, amazing equipment, but YouTube demonetized me, right? So, now I'm home. Feel like a loser a little bit. I won't lie to you. So, essentially I'm unemployable. Although maybe I haven't tried hard enough, but.
So I want to point something out here that before I did this show, I promised I promised Mike Sartain I would be as diplomatic as I possibly could be here. And she just mentioned the reason why. Now, Nuke, just like, this is not Nuke. You're out. Please ban Nuke. Thank you. Like, this is a good use of your time, dude. This is how you choose to spend your Sunday with me, crying. I was going to say that's actually a compliment, because you're worried. I smell fear. I smell fear because people know what I'm going to do. Anyways, I told Mike Sartain I would be as diplomatic as possible. I'm going to be as straightforward and reasonable as possible. I'm not going to go fly off the handle or anything. But one of the things that Mike had said something about, not just her, but got people like this in general, they can't go back to the private sector. She's not going to go get a job at Starbucks, right? Hey, aren't you Pearl? Imagine that. She's making you're tall, flat, white. Here you go. Hey, aren't you? No. There you go. I'll just ban him myself. So yeah, and in a way, I kind of feel bad, because there's no way you're going back to the private. I can go write more books. She can't go write. She doesn't know how to write a book. Right? She can have somebody write it for her. She's in the studio that daddy put together for her because she's still trying to keep it together. And you think I'm jealous? I'm in no way jealous. Trust me, I have outlasted way, way worse than her. But if I'm jealous, I'm certainly not jealous of the position that she's in right now.
I really do believe that I'm meant to work in media. It's something that I know a lot of women quit to be content creators, but I have a little bit of success, where it actually worked out for me.
Either that, or you thought you did. Either that, or people were pandering. Either that, or you had been made. Either that, or I was right. Either that, or I had pegged you from the beginning. You are a patsy for TradCons, and now that the red pill, that all that stuff has sort of played itself out, you don't know what the hell to do with yourself.
And I just believe, this is something I'm meant to do. And I really want to make a non-gynocentric media company. That's my goal. And I really want to bring back 90s humor. I'd love to bring back Weinstein. Now, I'd love to, I know I can't, but
there's a clip.
I want to give an opportunity to some of these guys that, got opportunities taken away for no reason.
Can I point out here that it's probably not a good jump cut to say I want to bring back Weinstein. So Glenn, you might want to pull that out.
And I really believe that I can make this app very cool. I know there's been some issues, and I do apologize. We're understaffed, but it's
understaffed, meaning I'm the only one working.
Getting better. This week, we're having someone put thumbnails on all of the content on the website. And hopefully in the next month, we can re-upload all of my old content. On top of that,
if you want to get back into it, if you want to get back on let me give you a little bit here. I'm going to be nice, right? Okay. I told Mike I'd be diplomatic here. I'll be here. I'll give you an idea for free. If you want to get back into media work, if you want to get in, I really feel like I'm meant to be in this. If that's the case, maybe go and actually do content. Instead of listening to idiots like Glenn Lawrence saying we should do an attack piece on Rollo because that will get us up, that'll get our numbers up. Why don't you do something that's substantive? Why don't you talk you got Ashley St. Clair for crying out loud. Oh, by the way, and then you got whoever the new baby mama is, mama number 14 for Elon Musk. I'm like, damn, man, like that's 2 in a month. I mean, there's so much you could do, but this is what you chose to do.
The documentary. We just hired a new team. I don't want to talk about my old team.
Oh, the old team? You mean the Kevin Savo brothers? That team?
I made some mistakes in the past year. I'll just say this. I had to find a new one. I feel like sometimes I start these shows just telling you guys about my L's. I don't know. But I'm not, this is what it is. Oh, we got another monthly membership. Thank you. Oh, Steve. He said, so the one thing you learn in life is you shouldn't meet your heroes.
She's reading the question here. And again, I think this sort of builds up to the reason why she's doing what she's doing.
And I think I learned this in media because when I joined, what I loved about Red Pill content and reading now, let me go further back. What is the Red Pill?
No, you effing didn't. You didn't. Stop lying. You didn't.
Now, what the Red Pill is a collection of men's experiences online. So essentially, men got together to solve a problem.
No, dear. The Red Pill is a praxeology of intersexual dynamics. She wants to give the history of the Red Pill. How old is she? Like 26, 27? So she was what, 3 years old when we were having these discussions back on the social forums? Please enlighten us.
And this was on anonymous forums like back in the day.
Name one. You're supposed to be the historian here. You're supposed to be the one who knows all this shit. You're supposed to be the one that has all this banked away somewhere.
So, and there were some prominent writers during this, and one of them was Rollo Tomassi. Now, what Rollo Tomassi did was
Okay, I wasn't a writer back then. I was a moderator on the forums. I mean, I didn't have a book published until 2013. I didn't even start the Rational Mail until 2011. The forum years were like the early to mid 2000s.
All of the experiences of men in the forums, and he also had his original ideas, and
that was quite the jump cut.
He wrote a book, and Rollo, I gotta say, he is.
And he just pulled a book out of his ass.
Amazing work. And when I got into media, I wanted nothing more than to meet and interview him. I loved him and I loved Kevin Samuels. I loved them. I thought they were so amazing. And so much so, but Rollo just was a little bit apprehensive with me.
Yeah. Would you like to know why? Well, she's going to explain.
Now, I have to say this could have been, there was someone behind the scenes I had a falling out with very early on.
Yes, her name was Tori Grow. Her name was Torsha. That's who she's talking about here and is not going to mention by name, but I will.
And by the way, I'm giving you what I remember. Some of this has been some time since it happened, so
That's okay, Pearl. My memory is perfect.
Like some of this was 3-4 years ago. I'm remembering this to the best of my ability. Now, this girl and I had a falling out.
I'll help you fill in the blanks. The falling out was between Torsha and herself. And there's a reason for this. This came after the first CME because she and Janelle, and this is like he said she. This is bitch shit. So just clarifying, just full disclosure, this is all bitch shit. But it was her, Tori, Janelle, Devin, who was at then was the fiance of Donovan Sharp at that time, and I think there might have been one other girl, but like it was like CME Mean Girls is what it was.
But do you know what's crazy? We worked it out behind the scenes, and it never became public. It never became a big deal.
Oh, it was a big deal behind the scenes.
We moved on. So maybe this was why he was apprehensive. I also had, I'm going to talk about this.
Okay. So I got to point this out, and I told Torsha I was going to talk about this today, and I didn't want to like necessarily throw her under the bus, but the story is that there was a lot of bitch shit between these girls, and Tori was very put off, and I think primarily it was because Devin saw Torsha as a threat, because Donovan had been doing some work and he really wanted to bring Tori in, and Tori's an attractive girl. Don't get me wrong. She's got, tall, statuesque redhead with big boobs and everything else. And so I kind of understand it, but Devin, it was either, you hang with Devin or you hang with Tori. And I'm pretty sure there was some friction. I can't say for sure. This is me speculating. I'm pretty sure there was some friction between Devin and Torsha because of this implied attraction that maybe Donovan had at the time. I don't know. Donovan can clarify that if he wants to. If he doesn't, I don't care. This is all bitch shit anyways. But the fact of the matter is that Devin and, well, I shouldn't say, let's just be honest here. Pearl was Devin's maid of honor at their wedding at the last CME. So when people were asking me like, Rollo, how come you weren't at the last CME? And I'm like, I don't know. I didn't get an invite. I wasn't even asked to come out to it until I found out that there was a wedding going on. And Pearl Davis was the maid of honor at that wedding that happened at the CME. And then it all kind of fell into place for me that I was persona non grata at the time, which I'm fine. I don't care. It's either way. I save money by not going. but I just presumed that the reason that they didn't want me there is because Devin was there, and Devin knows that I have a problem with Pearl. Pearl has a problem with me. So that was really the crux, I think, of the sort of the friction that was going on.
When I went on Fresh and Fit the first time, like 4 years ago, me and Myron had an argument, or not an argument, but long story short, there was a miscommunication.
That's a lot of jump cuts there to get to that last part.
And I talked about this, like he yelled at me in front of like all these people. It was really embarrassing because it was like a miscommunication at the time.
No, it wasn't a miscommunication at the time. You were staunchly anti-red pill until you weren't anti-red pill. I don't know if that was because you were with another dude, or you had like your other boyfriend that you were with. I'm not really sure. You ended up on the show. I believe it was August of 2021. I don't know. Anyways, it was at this time that Myron had told me, stay away from Pearl. She is a snake, quote unquote. Stay away from Pearl. Pearl is a snake. And from that point on, I just went with Myron's judgment call there. So I stayed away from it, and I didn't do anything. I was just like, I'm not having anything to do with this chick. I'm done. If this is if this was I trusted Myron, still do today. But if you want to know why I was apprehensive when Myron and Fresh started working with her, it was because of that moment right there. Pearl is a snake. Don't fucking work with Pearl. Okay. Good enough for me. That's what I did.
And I decided to talk about it on the internet. And this was just not smart. I ended up taking it down because so I can understand where like the apprehension came about me. Now, this is like 5 years ago.
Was it 4 or 5 years? They weren't even around 5 years ago. Are you like on crack? Are you like on like medication? You just said 4 years. Now it's 5. They weren't even around 5 years ago.
4, I don't remember. And me and
she has a habit of doing this, by the way. This is like, I don't She did the same thing with Nick Fuentes. When people were very critical of her when she first did the initial interview with Nick Fuentes in, I think, 2023. It would have been March or April of 2023. That was her first. I didn't know. No, you did know. I'm going to prove that you knew too.
Byron worked that out also behind the scenes, where Byron, I like sing his praises now because, in all honesty, say what you want about those guys, but they're one of the few that I feel like I'm burying myself now.
You are.
Whatever. I don't care. I got nothing to lose anymore. I don't care.
Which would explain the subscription drive and coming at me.
So, Myron, so maybe this was why, I don't know. But Rollo, I think I put on a pedestal a little bit. I loved Rollo. I loved him. I thought he was so smart. I thought his book was amazing. It made my brother's attempt.
Here we go again, right? Let's reiterate this. But it's always, and there is a reason why she reiterates this. This is like okay, so this is like pathology 101, okay? Always identify and pedestalize, idealize, admire the people who you're about to shit all over. Okay. I really liked him. It's his fault that I'm not liked. So the onus is on me for being a good judge of character. Attempted
suicide makes sense because I was really mad at my brother for a while about it. And I was like, oh, that's why he tried it. It made that make sense. It made failed relationships that I'd had before it all just made sense. And I was like, wow, I want to interview him. Now I take this to the point where I actually scheduled an interview with him, and he ends up by the way, at the time I'm full-time playing volleyball and doing the media stuff. And I missed a volleyball game to interview this guy. I spent probably $2,000 extending my trip, moving my flights just to interview him. I was so excited. And he cancels on me that week because he claimed he had COVID. Now, I don't know if he had COVID or didn't, but I'll tell you what, I was really disappointed. And I saw him on a show 6 days later. So I thought after COVID, you were supposed to, I don't know. I thought I think he just didn't like me.
Well, yeah, I don't. You got that part right. Now, let me explain that part to you too, because it's funny that when I was watching this, I'm like, where the hell is she getting this? And then I realized this was, I want to say it was October of 2022. It would have been 2022. Yeah. October of 2022. Now, if you remember back in March of 2022, myself and Kevin Savo and the Savo brothers launched an NFT, okay? An ill-fated NFT, I will admit. I took a lot of shit for that. I knew I was going to take a lot of shit for that. Everybody was, oh, you're a hustler, Rollo. Your integrity has fallen in my eye. Everybody shit all over us. And so I made damn sure that we got everything that we needed to do, all the side stuff. Miguel got behind. You want to know how me and Miguel really solidified our friendship? It was because of that NFT. And in hindsight, that was a mistake, but I was committed to it, and I didn't back out of it, and I didn't fuck around. I said, guys, we need to do this. We had merchandise. We had they even had a cologne called Cold Approach. I mean, we had all kinds of serviceable stuff that went along with the NFT, and unfortunately, we hit the NFT thing too late. But we were still committed to the mint. We had to go through with it. We were already committed to the trail. Right. We had to do what we did. I want you guys to know something. I haven't really ever related this on this show. I was in Vegas. I didn't live in Vegas at the time. I lived in Reno. I was in Vegas for my daughter's graduation from UNLV. Okay. For her master's degree. Okay. I was there, and the NFT was not doing very well. And the boys said, hey, can we get Robert Kiyosaki to endorse the NFT? And each of these guys will back me up on this. All of this is very accurate. Okay. I was literally in the parking lot of UNLV, and I was talking to the people who were Robert Kiyosaki's handlers, because he doesn't just throw out a tweet. Like, they realize how valuable Robert's endorsement of anything is, right? So I'm talking to their PR people, I'm talking to their crypto people, I'm talking to their tech people who are basically trying to sell me on their services, which I was like, no, I don't want your services. I just need a tweet from Robert that says, I think this NFT is great. That's all I was always looking for. I'm there literally in the parking lot and pretty much throughout the entire graduation trying to figure out how I could get Robert Kiyosaki to endorse this NFT. That's how and we never did, and it never happened. Then I was in Miami for the CME 2022. We still had it going. The boys were there. I was there with Tori was there. Giovanni Sanders was there. All the Savo brothers were there. It was a really good time. But even throughout that entire time, I'm still trying to talk to the Kiyosaki people to get an endorsement for the NFT. I'm bending myself backwards. I know I've got to go speak at the NFT or at the CME. I know I've got to go do Fresh and Fit. I know I've got to go do Adam Sosnick's show. I know I've got about 100 other different responsibilities, but I'm still trying to get that damn NFT endorsed by Robert Kiyosaki. Okay, never happened. I set it up for the boys. I said, and it's not their fault. No, it's no one's fault. Okay, but we didn't get it. And so we're like, okay, well, we're still committed to the NFT. We got to go through with the whole mint and get the whole thing done. And we did that. And we did that through the entire year of 2022. We were committed to that project. You want to one more thing I've done, right? I'm ill-fated, yes, but one more thing I committed myself to. If I do something, I'm going to do it. Okay. Now, roundabout, it was October of 2022. It was the last thing I was supposed to do for the NFT. And I was supposed to fly to Vegas, which was in October, like I said. And I was supposed to go to a Golden Knights game because everybody knows I love hockey and I love my Knights, right? And this is the same time on the same trip that I was supposed to go and meet with her. Okay. Same time. I already had hotel rooms. I had the tickets for the game. I had everything set up. We were going to go meet these guys who were I think they were the top NFT holders at that time. And then along the way, as part of that whole trip, I was supposed to see her too, right? Now, I'm going to explain to you why, because she'd already screwed me over before we got to this point, right? But I'll explain to you why. I was sick at that time. I thought I had COVID because I had COVID earlier. I had COVID earlier in the year. I think it was like August or July. I'd gone through it and I didn't want to give it to anybody. And remember, this is still the mask mandate had just ended at this time. And I had to cancel my trip. I had to cancel my hotel. I had to cancel my tickets, and I felt really, really bad. And I even had to go, I think I did a live stream with the boys so I could apologize for not being there because I was sick at that time. I thought that I had COVID. I also canceled with her at that time too. She would say, well, it's because you don't like me. Like, no, I don't like you. But I was willing to give you the benefit of the doubt at that time. But yeah, was I sick? Yeah, I was sick at that time. Sick enough that I didn't get to go see a Golden Knights game and meet with the guys who were the top NFT holders for Red Pill Lions. And did I piss off the Savos doing that too? Yes, I did. And I didn't do it maliciously. It was just the fucking way it was. So don't give me this horse shit. This is why she distorts the truth. And I'm giving you the truth right now. I did not want to do that. I did not want to cancel. I lost money by doing that. Had to cancel my plane trip, had to cancel my hotel accommodations, had to cancel on going to see a Golden Knights game that I really wanted to go to. And I was she was just an add-on at that time. But then I decided, I'm not feeling well. I'm not going to go do this. I don't want to get anybody sick. I sure shit didn't want to get the people who were like the top NFT holders for Red Pill Lions sick. And the fact that I have to go back in time in my head to explain this to her audience is an insult. It is one more reason to hate this bitch. One more reason. One more thing to basically clarify. Like, what was it? I forget who said this, but it is an order of magnitude greater to refute bullshit than it is to create bullshit. Well, there you go. Why is Rollo taking so long to do this? Well, there you go. And you know what, Chad of Arabia, I know this isn't you, the real Chad of Arabia. You want to know, by the way, you want to know why I had to pull out of RAR Squad? You want to know why I pulled out of Rule Zero? It's because of her. That's why. Because there's too many people who think she's legit. People who are friends of mine. Nuke thinks that she's legit. Paul from Come On My Podcast thinks she's legit. Glenn Lawrence thinks she's legit. Thor, Red Pill Thor, who is probably not going to last much longer, still thinks she's legit. And I have to go and refute all of this. It is an insult, not only to my intelligence, not only to my brand, not only to the people who are in my chat, but the people that follow her as well. I shouldn't have to do this show. I really shouldn't. But here we are. Got to drag it all in again, right?
I think from the beginning, maybe it was something I did early on that set him off. Maybe it was because in the beginning there was some red pill ideas that triggered me. Maybe that's what set him off. But no, it wasn't any of that. It had zero to do with any of that. It was because Myron Gaines said, don't mess with Pearl. She's a snake. I took him at his word, and I was glad I did. I still am glad I did. I just think from the beginning, he just did not like me. I don't know why. I feel like I'm a joy to be around, but and he would just be on these streams. He'd call me autistic, which, they kind of stopped calling everybody that. I know I'm a bit dorky, okay, but have you met real autistic kids? Like, it's a little bit, okay. Now, anyways. No, but what's making you look autistic is these jump cuts. He would call me an idiot, which, okay, I could be smarter, but it's like, Rollo, what are you? And I think his issue was, I think for my knowledge on the topic at the time, I just got a little bit too famous too fast. No, you are irresponsible. People you're exactly what I said would happen on that episode of Fresh and Fit back in March of 2021, when I said there would be people who would come into this space who have no business being in the space, who will be taken as authorities for this space. When Myron and Fresh asked me, do you think that the red pill will go mainstream? I said, I hope not. I didn't say it wouldn't. I just said, I hope it wouldn't. They said, well, why? And I said, and honestly, the real reason is because of people like her. That's why. Her entire existence is to make the red pill ridiculous. She is doing the people who would benefit the most from my work, or from Myron and Fresh, or from hell, even Brian from whatever podcast. The people who would benefit the most from the red pill are dissuaded, are steered somewhere else, because they see what happens with her or people like her. She's not the only one, because she is there as a whipping boy. She is there as a patsy. She is there as the fall guy. And we're going to get into the whole thing about like, well, Rollo said that the Daily Wire is employing me. I didn't say they were employing you. I said they might as well employ you, because the only person they mentioned by name was Pearl Davis. Oh, can you believe Pearl said this? And then Matt Walsh does a 15, 20-minute screed on all of this stuff. When it's a slow news cycle, we've always got Pearl to make fun of, and those red pill guys, because she's the voice for the red pill, which is exactly what I said would happen in March of 2021 on Fresh and Fit. Exactly. To the letter. I am not wrong. Where, I start getting invited on shows he's not invited on, where, he's been doing it 20 years. And in my head at the time, I felt like, well, who cares who's saying it? Let's get the message out there. They invite you on those shows because you're a patsy. They invite you on Jubilee. Remember how great it felt to be on Piers Morgan for the first time, and they took you seriously? And then the second time you went on Piers Morgan, they wanted to ask you about your Nazi song that you wrote that you thought you had deleted. Wasn't deleted. Nothing, everything is forever on the internet. People can find that. Remember how that felt? Remember going from being taken seriously, at least for, I'm an anti-feminist, I'm to divorce this, Remember all that? And then remember when they ambushed you
with the Nazi song. We thought it was so cute to play your acoustic guitar. Let's talk about people who have those little hats that we can't actually. Maybe it wasn't a Nazi song, but it's like you're talking about like Jews this and the Jews that, and I wonder where that came from. I wonder what inspired that. I wonder what interview and what individual inspired that. I think we already know. Oh, let's see. Yeah, me too. You know what, Diglett's here. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Much appreciated. Siege D, I'm sorry to say, but your connection with Glenn Lawrence makes me really question you being in the chat right now. Just saying. You are an informant, my friend. When we get to the end of this video, you'll understand what I'm talking about. I think you already understand what I'm talking about. Hey, Rollo, there's a lot of trolls and fake accounts in the chat. Need an extra mod? Not you. Definitely not you. Rollo, let's get real. Business plus grift equals red pill adjacent. Pearl was the tip of the spear that the Red Pill Avengers session was rebranding their relevancy to get paid, period. Yeah, you're probably right. I also think that a lot of this is an effort like on her part, not on anybody else, or an effort on her part to get involved with the panel. They want her on there. They haven't said that. They know that I won't. They know I won't lie down for that. You can ride with Pearl or you can ride with Rollo. You don't get to ride with both of us. Simple as that. And the reason why I say that is because I know that Pearl is tight with Donovan, and that doesn't make me not friends with Donovan. I play fantasy football with Donovan. I'm not doing anything with him. I'm not trying to make money with him. I'm not doing collabs with him. I still like Donovan quite a bit. I'm just not going to do collabs and work with him. I'm not going to go and say, hey, here's how we can make some money. Here's how I can co-brand the Rational Male with Donovan Sharp. I'm not going to do that. Not until there's a separation. And it's not because I think a lot of people have this idea that I'm being vindictive, that I'm trying to like crush these people for their involvement with, like I'm punishing them for their involvement with Pearl. I'm not. I'm just being pragmatic. If I leave RAR Squad, if I leave Rule Zero, if I just don't want to associate with you, it's not because I don't like you. It's nothing personal. It's not that I, I can't deal with these people anymore. It's that if I mention something and in passing, and it happens to get back to Pearl, I'm going to suffer the consequences of that. I already have. We're going to talk about that here in a minute when we talk about James Sexton and the whole thing that went down with Daily Wire. So when I like Nuke. I really like Nuke Kadila. He's been a good friend. I think he's on top of his game when it comes to Red Pill. I can't be associated with him because he's dating her. Yes, but because I might say something and completely in passing, and then he goes and passes that on to Pearl. I know that she's going to find some way to manipulate that. I know she's going to find some way to fuck me. And so it's not because I'm trying to be an asshole. It's not, I just can't work. I can't co-brand with you. I can be friends with you. No problem. When Troy Francis was doing all his collabs with her, I don't have a problem with Troy. I love Troy like a brother. I always have for a long time, since back in the Red Man Group days, man. He's just a good dude. But would I hang out with him and go have a cigar with him at a cigar bar? Yeah, of course. But I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just saying that I can only be as open and honest with you as your association is tight with her. I don't see why that's like, I'm just being pragmatic. I don't see why that is such a big deal. So again, it's not personal. It's not that I'm being a dick. It's not that I don't like you guys. I do. That's the whole problem. I do like you guys. And I want to be able to, I would love to be able to collab with people. I love to collab with Ryan Stone. I love to collab with a lot of people. I can't do that if you're tight with Pearl. You never ask a fish how to catch a fish. If you ask a fisherman, why would have any man listen a woman to understand the red pill? You've already read those essays. I don't think I need to answer that, but keep going. You'll get good at English sooner or later. Big Daddy Tomasi, big fan question. Ever consider doing a rational male for teens? there's kind of a section for that in the new Reignite book already. So I'm a dedicated book. I'm not saying it couldn't happen. I might. It's actually a good idea. I've noticed people always want me to feel guilty for being successful. Have you experienced this? Not necessarily guilt, but certainly, I think that a lot of people, like one of the reasons why people will, presume that you have some sort of professional jealousy or something. And by the way, jealousy is the wrong word. Envy is the word you're searching for. Jealousy is a whole lot different than envy. But if you have that sort of professional envy, it's usually because people, like, for instance, this is what she's throwing out right here, right? Oh, well, I went on all these shows and I think he's just envious or jealous. Well, she's going to say jealous. Oh, he's just jealous of my success. No, you're on those shows because they want to make a fool of you, and they've done it for quite some time. That's why you keep getting asked back. I remember watching the Jubilee, the first time she went on Jubilee, and she went on there, and Dr. Sydney Watson was on there. She knew the red pill, and she hates the red pill now, but back then she knew the red pill responses and the information and all this stuff way better than Pearl was. And Pearl was supposed to be the representative for the red pill. She was supposed to be the voice of authority for the red pill, right? Just like Rollo said back in March of 2021. She was supposed to be an authority on it. You're not. You don't know it. You don't know any. That's why I think one of the reasons why she had a problem with Torsia is because I really invested a little bit, maybe overly invested too much of myself in Tori, because Tori took it upon herself to read essays of mine from as far back as like 2011, 2012. And I've got the exchange. I'm going to go dig it up here in just a second, but I've got the exchange. She's going to mention this in a second. I might as well just preempt myself. There was a point at which she was trying to reach out to me to tutor her or to mentor her in the red pill. And I'm like, why are you asking me? Like, all the shit that I do is free. She wanted to pay me, literally wanted to pay me to mentor her in the red pill, in the manosphere, just bring her up to speed, right? Like, that to me says you're not in this for the right reason. When I see Tori do it, I see Torsia going on. And remember, Tori's, okay, let's be honest, Tori is way hotter. How come Tori's not as prominent as Pearl is? She should be, by all measures, she should be. Redhead, skinny, blonde, or sometimes blonde, big tits, knows her shit, is engaging, can be Torsia's just her own worst enemy, right? Torsia could be more successful, way more successful than she is. She just can't get away from her domestic situations, right? She just can't get away from life, right? But if she could, she would be way more successful than Pearl, because she knows her shit and she takes it upon herself to know her shit. She'll ask me, she'll to this day, she'll call me up and say, what did you mean in this essay from back in 2014 when you said blah, blah, blah? And I have to rack my brain to go, oh, what was I thinking? I'll go back in time and sort of go back and look at my archives, right? She's the one she's a student of, if this is a pod class and I'm the professor or whatever, she's a student, and she's a very good student. Pearl has no gumption, right? She has no notion. She has no intellectual curiosity. She wants it done for her. That's why she wanted to pay me to have her, to be her mentor. Still got that. I'll dig up I have the exchange. I did a screenshot of it. But yeah, I mean, that's the difference. That's the difference from being about it and just being about it for the moment so that you can make some money and get more subs and you can, like, get your platform back on track again, get your life, unfuck your life, right? That's a problem. I even had a problem with Mike for a little while there, where he's like, oh, I'm not necessarily red pill, I'm red pill adjacent. And now suddenly he's red pill again because Tradcons are all good about red pill. I think he's way more red pill than he wants to, but he has to sort of be diplomatic about things. And so it's not just, so you can go get an interview with, or go talk to Brad Leah or Bradley or Grant Cardone or whoever else. I get it. But No, the reason why she's on these shows is because they need her as a patsy. They need her as the fall guy. They need her as somebody who's, see how ridiculous these red pill people are. It was like I made this comparison. She's like that kid Ben that was on Dr. Phil, that they wanted to come in and they wanted to do what's called tilling the fields. Tilling the fields is like, okay, well, this guy here, this guy Ben, this bald-headed guy with a big egg head and everything, who is, by the way, on the spectrum, who does have Asperger's syndrome. I asked him that if he'd ever been like diagnosed with that. After the show, he had. But they wanted this kid to be the example, the exemplar of the red pill. Once first of all, I was pissed because, I mean, it's an ambush tactic, yes, but it's also, it's disingenuous, and I knew what they were doing. I'm happy to say I kind of recovered from that pretty quick, but I was pissed because this kid didn't know. He was so oblivious. He didn't know he was the patsy. He didn't know he was being made fun of, and that's the same problem with Pearl. She doesn't know. She thinks she's more successful. I'm so successful. No, you're an idiot. You're a convenient idiot so that people can say you are the red pill. And if you're an idiot, then everyone who subscribes to the red pill ideology or philosophy or movement is an idiot too. You set the stage. You tilled the field for these people. That's what you did with Piers Morgan. That's what you do with pretty much any big platform you've been on. It's been exactly the same thing. Well, we have this red pill idiot on here who is going to speak on behalf of the red pill. We're all going to form an opinion about her. She's an idiot. Therefore, all of the red pill people are idiots too. Oh, well, Rollo's so jealous. They never ask him on these shows. Yeah, because they know what will happen. They know what will happen because I know my shit. It's the exact same thing that happened on Dr. Phil. They weren't expecting me. They wanted the devil. I gave them Lucifer Morningstar. They wanted me. They wanted Andrew Tate. I was just an understudy for Andrew Tate. That whole show was more or less about Andrew, not me. It wasn't about the red pill. It wasn't about masculinity. It wasn't about that stuff. They saw that Piers Morgan had got Andrew Tate on his show, and they wanted him to. And they didn't have any ins. They didn't know anybody who knew Andrew except for me, right? Because they'd asked me to be on the show back in the Tommy Lahren days, right? So they hit me up. That was the first thing out of their mouths. They wanted me to go and get Andrew Tate for them, and he wasn't at the time wasn't setting foot in the United States. So I was the understudy. I was the first alternative, and I'm glad to say I got on there and I schooled, freaking Dr. Phil. Didn't even know what superfluous meant. I'll let her continue.
Now, I could see in hindsight where maybe I could have done a better job on certain shows, or I could have articulated things better.
No, you're a patsy. You don't get out of this.
But Rollo, I don't know. Like, I've had media, people I know in the industry talk about why he's not more famous, but he just doesn't have the most mass appeal, likable, personality. I don't think that's what he's in it for. Because
because I'm in it for telling the truth. I have an obligation to objective truth. That's why. Because they know that if I go on there, I will kill them, just like I did Dr. Phil.
To this day, I still like the guy. I really do. But I can't.
I would like him if he would like me.
This is a one-sided liking, so I guess I gotta hate him now. Anyways, long story short, I end up getting very famous and I have 20 employees. And when I'm doing collaborations at the time, guys, I would have 3 collaborations in a day. A lot of people don't believe me when I said that I didn't know who Nick was, but I didn't have a media company or a team behind me. Most people.
It was quite the segue. Nick who? Nick who? See, Nick Fuentes is still such persona non grata that the algorithm on YouTube will pick that up. It will still pick up his full name. You say Nick Fuet. I already said it. Fuentes. You say that, they know that the analytics are going to pick that. That's why she's saying. She expects you to know what she's talking. Nick who? Who are we talking about, Nick?
People are owned by someone if you look into them. I was independent completely. And I have no idea how this didn't like show by the people I had on. I saw a clip of Nick talking about race mixing. And that's why everyone was criticizing me, because I had him to talk about the J topic, you know. But I had him on to talk about race mixing. And while he was there, he obviously, you know, spoke about it. And now, anyways, before he comes on, I say to Rollo, hey, can I invite on other content creators? Now, I'm telling you, this was stupid.
Okay. This has been so butchered in post that it's unintelligible. People are expecting like what they expect. She's expecting people to already understand what the situation was. So I'm going to have to rewind the tape a little bit here. Okay. I'm going to give you the parts where they cut this out in the jump cuts. So everything's yeah, I'm not going to do that for you. So here's the deal is Torsia. Now I'm going to throw you under the bus, Tori. Sorry. This is the part where I throw Tori under the bus. Tori decided that she wanted to bury the hatchet with Pearl 2022, like December of 2022. It might have been the beginning of 2023. I can't remember. Tori hit me up and she was like, hey, you should probably give Pearl a second chance. Where the fuck is this coming from? Well, back in 2022, I think December or November of 2022, that was when they decided that they were going to bury the hatchet. They weren't going to talk shit about each other anymore or whatever. I have no idea. And I think maybe it was because Pearl's a manipulator. And so when she's done with you, that's when she screws you. And Charlie and Miguel know this firsthand because they go and do these crypto shows with her. And then she tweets about, if you have crypto, you're an idiot, like that kind of stuff. And I'm like, well, you guys decided you wanted to go on her show. Yeah. And that's happened more than once. But, so anyways, I think it was right around this time. When was it? It was like April. It could have been March or April of 2023. And that was when Pearl decided that she wanted to have Nick Fuentes on the show. And that was when she got into a lot of hot water. And it wasn't me. It was her own doing. Everybody said she was a racist. I've always had the opinion of Nick Fuentes that Nick Fuentes is just an autistic kid and an autistic child. And the more I read what Milo Yiannopoulos has to say about him, the more I know it was right. He's next to bankruptcy right now. I don't think a lot of people really realize that, but that's neither here nor there because back then he was, and I said this, I said he was just auditioning for the role of Richard Spencer because when we do, you'll see this, it'll happen again. When we get into the election cycle for the 2028 election cycle, you will see certain characters that repeat over and over again. And one of those is the quote unquote Nazi. Right, it's the David Duke, it's the Richard Spencer, it's the guy who represents the worst of the worst when it comes to we're supposed to presume this of like the MAGA guy. Now it's called MAGA, but like whoever the conservative is, they're the Third Reich or the Fourth Reich or the Fifth Reich, whatever it is. And that was Richard Spencer during the 2020. Well, not 2020, but the 2016 Trump versus Hillary. You had Richard Spencer. He was the worst of the worst. This is how we're gonna attach Trump to Richard Spencer, and that we're gonna hope that people won't vote for him. Well, that was Nick Fuentes was auditioning for that role, and he got it. He probably still has it right now. But they needed that character, and he was ready to fill in. And there, trust me, in the 2028 cycle, there'll be another one. And I mentioned that, and people gave me all kinds of grief about it. Oh, if you don't like Nick, you're one of them. You're one of the little hat guys. But anyways, I mentioned that. I brought that up, and then she had brought him on, and she got a ration of shit for this. And I didn't have any contact with her at this time. And this is when people were saying she was a racist. She said something to the effect of like, you know, brown people have always been slaves or something. I can't even remember what it was, but she had mentioned something. Her staff started leaving her. I forget who the black guy was who was on her staff. He ended up leaving and starting his own podcast to talk shit about her. And everybody was saying she was a racist because she brought on Nick Fuentes, and now suddenly her staff has outed her as being a bigot and a racist. You'll notice I did not have anything to say at that time. There was no Rollo Tomasi involvement whatsoever. But it was right in that wake of all of that Tori hit me up. She says, you know what? She really could use some help right now, blah, blah, blah. And she's really not all that bad a person. And I stupidly listened to Torsha. And so for the next 6 to 8 weeks, I had almost daily phone calls. Remember, I'm in Reno at this time. I had almost daily phone calls with Pearl. And so she would call me up just out of the blue and say, how do I do this? How do I get out of this? What am I like? It was just like professional back and forth. And this was the first time I was like offering the olive branch. And I'm like, well, here's where you made a mistake. I would suggest you never talk to Nick Fuentes again. I would, I'm trying to like sort of like help her, brand wise. She's asking me some stuff about the red pill. She begged me to publicly say that she wasn't buying subscriptions on her channel. I made concessions for that, which I probably shouldn't have. I said, you know what? I don't know for sure that she did, but whatever. If you like to follow her, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So I'm trying to sort of reach out. This was me being magnanimous, right? This was me with the olive branch trying to just sort of like say, okay. And I did it because Tori had buried the hatchet with her. And I didn't realize that behind the scenes, she was actually working with her. And so now I can't trust Torsha, and now I can't trust anybody. But at the time, I didn't know that. And so I am thinking that we are on good terms. We're both like sort of being authentic. And then I dropped the tweet. And this was in, I think, the end of April, maybe early May probably the end of April of 2023. And that's when the infamous vasectomy tweet came. And I think I will let her explain the rest.
But in my head, I don't it did not take me near as long.
Notice how she leaves out the part where I'm actually talking to her on an almost daily basis.
As these other people to build my brand and become a big, well-known person. And I think.
Which right there should tell you what she's really about. She's not about the red pill. She's about wanting to be well-known and a big name person. Hell, the whole reason she's doing this is for subs. She's an entertainer. You're right. She did tell Jed that. That's all she's about. That's all she's ever been about. She's never been about the red pill. So like, if I get a little bit of righteous anger for, Jesus, speaking of righteous anger, Trader SC. Fuck the snakes. Thank you, Trader SC. Trader SC is one of my best friends. He really is. Anyways, getting back to it. Like I said, what she's not telling you is the whole thing that went down with me trying to reach out and offer an olive branch at this time. And it's also something that Glenn Lawrence strategically ignores in pretty much anything that he's about to launch into here in a minute. But she's a snake, and she's a manipulative person. And she will use you until she doesn't have any use for you anymore. And then if she can, like I said, now remember what she just said. I want to be a big name person. I want to be a superstar. The fame, the notoriety, I don't even know what to call it, being like an influencer, whatever the fuck it is, right? That's her mode, her MO, her modus operandi. That is what that's what she's about. And this is why she will fail. This is why because she's not about it. People sense disingenuousness, okay? They really do. Here's your attention. I've been showing evidence left and right, dude. And trust me, when we get to the Brittany Venti putt, you're going to be wishing this spam will not age well. Not on this podcast. That spam will not age well, my friend. But keep it up. Please do. What else? Oh, really? Am I? Then why am I making sense? What am I saying that's wrong? I don't care about being big dog in any of this. Do you think at this point that I care about any of that shit? Really? You're in the wrong. You are very, very mistaken, my friend. I love how like people want to say shit like that. Oh, you're just professionally jealous. You just want to be a bigger deal than the rest of these guys do. If that were the case, why would I give two flying fucks to even say what I did on the Donovan Sharp / Fresh and Fit panel? I would just keep my mouth shut. If I wanted to start a cult, I think I could probably be a pretty damn good cult leader, but I don't. I'm not interested in that. In fact, I have been anti that, even like funnel marketing and stuff like that. Like I'm doing like Reignite, and I think I piss off a lot of the guys who are like, who want to do things like by the template, by the formula. You know, here's what you do if you're going to do funnel marketing. My marketing is anti-marketing. You know, it's like, I don't want to sell you something you don't want to buy. I don't want to sell you something that you're not going to make some sort of significant change with. I don't want to sell you on anything. I especially don't want to, because I don't want to do that. I'm not a hustler. I'm not a shyster. I'm not a huckster, shuck and jive. Yes. But I could be. Imagine that over the past 20, 25 years, 24 years. Do you not think that there has been like opportunities for me to have gone and like totally sold out? If I was going to sell out, do you not think I would have sold out by now? Guys are fucking idiots, man.
I think because of that, I didn't really have the caution that other people had. I was like, who cares? Let's have everyone on freedom of speech, baby, you know? And so all I did, he had a tweet.
So you guys think that I'm the one that's on the take, and that yet every word out of her mouth proves that she is.
About vasectomies. And so what I did was...
Okay. Notice how butchered this whole thing is. He just talked about vasectomies. Remember vasectomy. Oh, that you don't understand what the whole story behind that was. Why did that go viral? Why did that I haven't looked at it in a while. Last time I looked, it was like at 7.1 million. People still give me shit for that. Aren't you the one that says, like, what was it? Aren't you the one that says, what the fuck what word am I looking for? Aren't you the guy that tells young men to go and sterilize themselves, like with So, story behind the vasectomy tweet. Okay. It was a list. And I was responding, by the way. That wasn't just I didn't just like create some list. I was responding to Dr. Richard Reeves and something that he was saying at that time. Right. And I said the quickest way to becoming a high value man is to forget about family, forget about marriage. Nobody had a problem with those. Number 3, get a vasectomy in your 20s. Then the other one was resist the urge of easing up on your focus. Always spend time in the gym. Work on your money. It was a list of 7, but the only one they remember is number 3. Get a vasectomy in your 20s. And I'll tell you what's funny is like nobody's laughing at. You know who's not laughing at that now? Fresh. You know why he's not laughing at that now? Because
God wants you to have the baby.
Definitely not.
Yeah, I bet he wish he would have read that. Now suddenly that tweet is not quite so funny as it was before. Yeah. Oh, thank you for the kind words, my friend. We're all grifters, as I said before, but I'm an ideas guy. That's how you want to know how she rides people's ideas. She's not an ideas person. She's not an innovator. She's a fast follower is what she is. And not even that fast these days. She used to be faster. She's not even a fast follower anymore. And she's at frustration point right now because she's in a studio that like daddy is paying for, which looks like a old grammar school room somewhere. Obviously the lighting is not what it used to be. It's not a pro. She doesn't have a pro set anymore. She knows she's on the downswing right now. That's why she comes after me. That's why Glenn Lawrence talked her into doing this shit. But the vasectomy tweet went viral, and that's But I'm going to let her tell you this.
When I asked him if I could bring on content creators, I think he thought
Okay, she's not telling this right because either Glenn Lawrence chopped this shit out too quickly or whatever, but let me explain to you what she's trying to get out of her mouth, okay? I put out the tweet. Everybody, it went viral. I had Matt Walsh hit me up. I had Ashley St. Clair hit me up too. I had Ben Shapiro responded to it. Jeremy Boring's respond. All the people she knows at Daily Wire, they all responded to it. And so it was getting a lot of traction, bad traction, but whatever. And nobody wanted to ask me anything about it. No one called me about it. No one said, hey, we want to get you on the show so you can explain yourself for this. I didn't get no Pierce Morgan saying, hey, Rollo, we want to talk about your catalyst or your vasectomy tweet. None of that. But she was the first on the list. And I was in a good place with her at that time because I trusted her. I was like, yeah, okay. She asked me, she said, hey, do you want to be on my show? And we can talk about that. I thought, okay, cool. Because nobody else was. Although I should say they didn't ask me to talk. They did talk about it. Matt Walsh talked about it for 15 minutes on his show without ever talking to anybody. They don't care. You want to know why I say she's like the patsy for these guys? Is because they just go with what is trending on Twitter and then they talk shit about it. They don't care if it's right or it's wrong and they move on to the next topic, right? So I gave her the benefit of the doubt. I said, and remember, this is in May, the beginning of May of 2023. Yes, 2023. And I said, yeah, okay, fine. We set up a date and I was ready to go. 5 minutes before the show, she says, hey, I'm going to have some call-ins on this show because some people want to ask you about this. She didn't say, I have other content creators that want to be in on this. The conversation was, hey, we're going to have some call-ins. I'm like, okay, cool. Yeah, I'll answer telephone calls and stuff. We had gone on the show for about 20 minutes in, maybe a half an hour into the show. And then I realized, like, because the way she had this structured or whatever, I thought we were using like StreamYard or we were doing something else. We weren't. We were actually on Zoom. And Zoom will allow you to keep people in the wings in the green room, right? It will allow you keep all the people who want to be part of the Zoom call. You don't have to put them in. I know because I do Zoom calls all the time, right? They were just waiting in the back room. Who does she have in the back room? Nick Fuentes. I think Bryson was on there. Isabella Moody was on there. Trying to who the other brother was. Anyways, people on there. Didn't matter. Not most of them were these people who just wanted to throw shit at me. Now, Isabella Moody, okay, I could deal with that. Was it maybe Officer Tatum was on it too? I'm not really sure. It could have been C.G. Bryson. Anyways, these guys are Bible thumpers, right? You're telling these kids to go get vasectomies and they're going to go and you're no better than those parents that want to get gender affirming surgery. You're just like those people who want to tell kids to cut their dicks off. That's essentially where they wanted to get. They wanted to take it to the nth degree, man, because that's the kind of people that follow her. But then there's Nick Fuentes. And I'm like, why the fuck is Nick Fuentes on this? Well, where did this come from? Now, she launched all these guys in immediately, leading me to believe that she had these guys already set up. This was already a setup from the jump. So it was like, okay, we're going to go for 20 some odd minutes. We didn't talk for an hour. We talked for 20 minutes. And then she throws these guys on. And again, if it had been anybody else, right? The reason why I bugged out and I left, I'm just like, fuck it, I'm not dealing with this bullshit anymore, is because it was Nick Fuentes who was on there, who we had talked about for the last 6-8 weeks, that having that association is a bad look for you. Me trying to be magnanimous, me trying to throw out the olive branch of peace and try to find some common ground and try to listening to you talk for what, the last 6 weeks, when we're having phone calls and stuff like that, thinking I can trust you. And then all of a sudden, the one person you bring on the show is Nick Fuentes. I didn't know he was going to be on there. I didn't plan it. Bullshit. You didn't. Because you knew what was going to happen. And you knew that was going to happen. You knew I was going to bug out. And so I'm coming up, I'm trying to like think of anything I could say that would like trigger the algorithm. Nazi this and Nick that and whatever else, right? And then and then of course what happens is immediately after that, Nick has an army not unlike Destiny, not unlike Brittany Venti, not unlike Lauren Southern, who, by the way, as I mentioned earlier, all have connections. They're all connected, and she's connected there too. And I will guarantee you, this was her plan. Because I'm like, why would we be talking about this? And like for the longest time, for 6-8 weeks, about how it was not a good idea to bring on Nick Fuentes and share the first thing out of her mouth was, I didn't know who he was. Bullshit. She did know who he was because she also knows who Brittany Venti is. And she also knows who the rest of the usual suspects are. She knows who Destiny is. She knows who Lauren Southern is. She knows who all these people are because all of those people are connected. So for her to be saying like, oh, I didn't know, that's just bull. And that was at that point, I'm like, you're going to like, you're going to be very disappointed, Siege. You're going to be very disappointed. You're going to be very disappointed in your boy. Don't allow him around any children. Put it that way. All right. So going forward here, this was a plan from the jump. This was because I don't see any other possibility. Of course, what's she going to do? She's going to fall back on the I didn't know. No, you did know. You knew because we've been talking about it for 6-8 weeks prior. So it was at that point. So when people say, well, what did she ever do to Rollo? You betrayed my trust is what you did. You don't get when I see it that blatant and that in front, I trusted the snake. I trusted the snake. It's like I was the frog and the scorpion was on my back and the scorpion stung me. My bad. Sorry. I fucked up. But the scorpion stung me. But one thing is you survive the scorpion sting, you better fucking watch your ass. Because I will tell you right now that if I am offered the opportunity to put my heel on your neck, I will not hesitate to do it. Expect it to happen. Expect me to be the one there. Like no fair warning, no nothing. If there's blood in the water, trust me, I'll be the one to get the sharks. If I get an opportunity to put my heel on your neck, expect me to crush your neck because that's what I'll do. Every single time. Anytime you fuck up, I'll be the one right there in the next room over. Trust me with this. People who know me know that I'm a very generous guy, right? The Savos know that. Giovanni Sanders knows that. The people that I work with, like the guys like in my band know that. I'm a pretty generous guy. I'm a pretty understanding, pretty patient guy. I'm like, I got the patience of Job, man. When people want to talk shit or they want to like, well, Rollo, you need to be more diplomatic, blah, blah, blah. Okay. I like to think I'm insightful in some ways, right? I like to think that I have a lot of patience with people. Torsha knows I have a lot of patience, right? And sometimes people take patience to mean you're a nice guy. People think that, oh, well, he'll tolerate anything, right? But there's a proverb. It says, beware the wrath of the patient man. And that's where I'm at with all of this. So when people go, gosh, man, it's been like 6 months. 6 months. It's been a lot more than 6 months. It's been how long? How come he can't just let it go, man? This is why. And so when I see my friends trusting her, and I understand this is what she's capable of, no, I will put my heel on your neck and I will not let up. And people are going to understand this. And especially, I have one special message to Nuke. This is who you're involved with. This is the manipulation level that you are involved with. And as soon as she runs out of usage for you, like I know the Wilsons, I know Andrew and Rachel, they love her to death. They love her clout. That's what they love. But as soon as your usefulness ends to her, she will throw you under the bus. And that's what happened with me. My usefulness came to an end. Or I should say this, it was more useful for her to become a famous person, to build up her brand by abusing my trust. That's why. So when you get to that point with me, and I'm a patient guy, but I have a fucking wall. I'm not nice. I'm just tolerant sometimes. I want to give people the benefit of the doubt. I will be the first one to give you money if I think what you're doing is worthwhile. Savos know that. Jake Cope knows that. Giovanni Sanders knows that. Torsha knows that. Torsha knows what I've done for her. I'm a fucking swell fucking guy. But you push me past that point and you make yourself my enemy. That's why I say you're a shit human being. And I'm going to say that until you're in the grave, and the world will be a better place when you are. The red pill most definitely will be a better place when you're gone. I'm hoping Nuke will marry you and take you away from all of this. Because you have no business being here. But furthermore, you're a shit human being. Want to know why you're going to, you want to know why I feel pity for her? This is why, because she's never going to find another job. She's never going to do anything else other than this. She can't. People know who she is. She's she has that notoriety. I want to be a big deal. I'm sure you do. But notice that none of this is explained. I'm giving you the backstory to what she's trying to explain to you. I'm helping her actually do it.
It was just going to be people in the space or something. He didn't specify. I don't think it's a big deal. So I send the link, and I don't know who's going to say yes, but at the time I sent the link.
Except they're waiting in the wings on the Zoom call. You knew exactly who was waiting. You knew exactly who was there because you invited them to be there.
To this live stream about this, he had a tweet about a vasectomy and how the quickest way to be a high value man is to get a vasectomy. He didn't.
Although that's not the whole thing, but that's what you're going to be led to believe because this is the only part of the story she's going to give you.
Say it was the best way or the only way, but you got to admit that does, if we followed family court, if we're being objective here, that prevents a lot of problems. Now, anyways, Rollo ends up going on the stream, and I'm just letting anyone on that was talking about his tweet on the timeline. So these were agreeers, disagreeers, and I thought we could all have a nice conversation and come to a conclusion. And by the way, I did invite his friends too. I invited Bryson Gray because, all the Bible thumpers were very upset about.
Bryson is a Bible thumper. Can you how do you not get that? I don't even know who Bryson was. Who else was supposed to be my friend on there?
About this tweet. So Bryson Gray comes on and he's Bible thumping. Now, Nick F also came on and he's Bible thumping. I also invited Myron, but Myron couldn't come.
So did you catch that lie right there? I didn't know who was coming, but I also invited Myron. No, you invited these people. You just caught you right there.
Squashed our beef at that point. I also invited who else? Who else did I invite? I invited MLD. He was in Japan.
Sergio came on.
Yeah, Sergio. I don't remember. This was
so now we finally have the voice of Glenn Lawrence in here, who in some way remembers all of this, right? Why? Because I invited. She's self-snitching right now. I didn't know who was going to show up. Well, either you did or you invited people to be on. What was it? Invite or just randomly had people just open calls? And by the way, it wasn't open calls. It was a Zoom call. She was saying that we're going to get phone calls. It wasn't phone calls. She wanted to have a panel show that she never told me that we were going to have. And Nick decides to show up. Okay. I'm on there for maybe 10 minutes and then I blow out of there because I realize what had just happened. You know what happens right after that? All of Nick's army comes out and every last one of them just spams my Twitter. You're Jewish. In fact, to this day, I still have people going, well, aren't you Jewish? You're Jewish. You're Jewish. That's the insult. If you disagree with Nick Fuentes, you're automatically Jewish. Doesn't matter what you could be like the most Indian Hindu there is and you're Jewish all of a sudden, right? Because they think that was their way of ostracizing, right? And by the way, most of that stuff is done through Twitter bots. It's AI.
So long ago now, year and a half ago now, Glenn.
Yeah, it's been actually almost 2 years now.
Freaking 2 years ago. So
it'll be 2 years, in March.
Yeah, guys. By the way, this is a butchered story.
the entire thing is butchered. Everything you've done up to this point is butchered.
What I remember, I am not going back and getting every receipt. I don't care enough about this. Anyway, so then the way he took it was that I was trying to attach Nick to him, I think.
Well, what was it? Did you invite him? Or did he just randomly show up? Because according to you, you invited people.
And this was an ambush. Even though on the stream I was on his side, I was defending him.
No, you weren't. Go look at it.
And maybe I didn't moderate it well enough. Like, I think Bryson was kind of talking over him, and, Reclaim Your Throne was on there, who's more red pill, So my intention was to have a good conversation where we could hash out this debate in real time on X. Now, I could see why he would take that as an ambush. I really could. And there's no excuse. I made a mistake. I wish I didn't do that.
I didn't do it. I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Same excuse she used when she brought Nick on the first time. Same thing. I also want to point out, maybe I should bring this up right now. I think I'll put this in right this second here. Hang on one second. Pull this out. I've got a few things here to sort of go over here. There we go. All right. Oh gosh, no, this is more towards the Brittany Venti thing. There is a really great, which one? There's a really great Twitter account. And it's called H. Pearl Davis's Deleted Tweets. We're going to go look at a few of these. Okay. These are deleted tweets. Maybe she knows this account exists. Maybe she doesn't, but I do. This is it. Yeah. Okay. These are ones that I have here. Okay. So it's H. Pearl Davis's deleted tweets. All right. But she wants to know how much I deadlift here. Full deposition. Okay. We'll get to the full deposition of the Crowder thing. So every single one of these tweets she has deleted, but they've been screen capped by these guys right here. Here's Hannah Pearl Davis lying about how long her homeless boyfriend lived with her in her parents' mansion. Can you see this? Okay. Yeah, you can. All right. A Pearl Davis tweets account. What was this one here? This is her trying to stir up drama. Anyways, I think Rollo is a genius and I really respect his work, but my Lord, these crazy stories need to stop. No, I don't go. Okay, this is when I was saying she worked for Matt Walsh. I also pulled the stream up immediately. This is what she's saying about that stream. I pulled the stream immediately when I realized he was upset. It was not intentional. Then he writes a whole blog about how he got my stream taken down because he had said some words or something. Rolla, I was trying not to have you be mad, but this is so weird. Well, if that's the case, why would you take it down? Why would you delete that tweet? I like how I defended Rollo on the stream. She thinks she defended me on the stream. She did not. Okay. Here's the thing: is like she wants to throw this stuff out there and say like, remember these are deleted tweets too, and come up with this psychological, like this pathological narrative. This is what pathological liars do. They create a world into which they believe that the things that really happened here. Let's see, my old manager. Okay, so these are some of the other ones. And everybody loves to say like Rollo, like I'm gossiping. He's a gossip. Right? The reason why they say that is because gossip is bitch behavior, right? The thing is I'm just relating to you guys what happened. The gossip is I didn't know. The gossip is I didn't do anything. I didn't do it. I was actually on his side. I guess we'll never know. He pulled the stream or you edit the stream. Like, by the way, later on, she put it back up probably after it was post production edited afterwards, so it's still available right now. You can still go watch it. So she's even bullshitting you guys about that.
Apologized immediately. I pulled the stream. I said sorry,
and then rebroadcast the stream.
I was so apologetic. I was like, oh. And and to this day, so then after that,
Glenn, if you're going to chop up these things, don't make the jump cuts quite so obvious.
He has blacklisted everybody that's associated with me. everybody.
I brought this up previously already. Again, it's not because I'm blacklisting people. It's not, I don't want to be a friend anymore. No, I'm happy to. I just don't want to work with you. If you work with Pearl, I will not work with you because you're running the potential of doing exactly the same thing to you. She cannot be trusted. She is exactly what Myron said she was. She is a snake and will continue to be a snake and will continue to fall back on I didn't know any different. I like him. I love the guy. That's what it's going to come down to. I'm sick to death of hearing this.
I'm talking about, I don't know if I want to say their names because I'm not trying to bring anyone else into this, but I have one person he black.
Lawrence.
Well, yeah, that's what I was.
Okay, well, let's discuss that really quickly because Glenn Lawrence swore up and down to me back in the summer, because that's when I started working with Glenn. Back in the summer of 2023, 2023, and swore up and down to me that he wasn't working for Pearl. And of course, we know that that's bullshit, and he is just as much a snake and a liar as she is. But I will tell you this, is that we had some very interesting conversations, and I can remember the first one that I had with him. And that conversation went something like this. Pearl, he was trying, for the life of me, I don't know why he was, at the time I didn't know what was going on, but he kept saying, hey man, Pearl wants to say that she's sorry. Pearl said this, Pearl said that. I'm like, why the fuck are you talking to Pearl? Do you work for me or do you work for Pearl? Are you like, do you want to see Red One Studios become something, or are you working for Pearl? You already know how I feel about that. And there was one conversation that we had, and we had just got Access Vegas had been up for just about a year, almost a year. And the strength of our show was the fact that we have a lot of very hot girls, and we have, that's why I call it Access Vegas, because we have access to the things that a lot of people don't have in Vegas. That was kind of a little twist of phrase, let's just say. We were kind of goofing on whatever podcast, Our Girls Are Hotter, those kind of, it's just good natured fun. Okay. We're not trying to actually post up on fucking Brian. But he would always let me know when Pearl was going to be in Vegas. And I'm like, why are you asking me this? Why is this the thing? And then he mentioned something about how she wanted to use the studio and how she was hoping that we would be like, what would we rent the studio to her for? I'm like, why are you even having this conversation? And then said, well, can we help her source girls for a show in Las Vegas? And I'm like, fuck no, we can't do that. Are you out of your mind? I'm like, and I told, and he bloody well remembers this part where I said, I can't even believe you're asking me this. I am more concerned with you asking me this than I am about even considering it, right? Like, where is this coming from? You already know what the answer is. And he might have asked Mike at the time. I'm not really sure, but even Mike was like, fuck no, are you kidding? And Mike likes Pearl. No, you don't get access to our freaking girls. That's the strength of our show. That's what we have. That's the family jewels, man. That's the patented formula. But that's what he was asking. Can we get Pearl to come in here and do an Access Vegas style show? And I knew this was true because I was talking to Tori at the same time, because Tori was working with her and was trying to get information out of me at the same time. I'm like, I can't even believe you're saying this. First of all, he already knew what my feelings were about her in the first place. But the second of all, it's like, why would I help this bitch who has done nothing but manipulate, has no fucking original ideas of her own? Why would I want to put any of this energy into helping her do exactly what we've been doing for over a year now? I didn't go through all that bullshit with Patrick Bet-David and all the stuff that we had to do in Florida to get to Las Vegas, to build this stuff from fucking scratch, to build the show from nothing. And you want me to just hand it over to fucking Pearl Davis? Fuck off. Fuck off. And you know goddamn well that was true. I was in my car when I talked to you about this. You know that was true. This is why you don't trust Glenn Lawrence. Glenn Lawrence is autistic. Dude is he's got a fucking addiction to escorts too. And you know that it's true too. Trust me, people have big mouths. You fuck as many escorts as Glenn Lawrence does, 2 or 3 of them are going to want to talk. They're going to look you up. They're going to find out who you like and who you don't. That's a podcast for I could do a 5-hour podcast on just that alone. You do not try and Siege D, whatever the fuck your name is, do not trust this guy. I know you've been cool with Mike. I know you've been cool with me. I know you've been fucking see, that's why I can't work with you, because it's just going to get back to Glenn. It's just going to get back to Pearl. This is the same guy who wanted to give away Access Vegas to Pearl, more or less, and then swore on a stack of fucking Bibles that he wasn't working with her. And guess what? He's working and has daily conversations. That's why his voice is in the background here. He's doing the production for her. The same thing with when she was on with Michael Knowles. That's why he had to bail her out of like God knows how many different questions because she choked on Michael Knowles. Again, making the red pill look ridiculous. The both of them. By the way, how was that hooker in Nashville, Tennessee? The one on was it Trist? Maybe it was it was Skip the Games. Maybe it's one of those. How was that chick? One at the hotel? Yeah. That girl.
I'm going to say Glenn's one of them. And this is the thing. All I wanted to do was work with this guy. That was it. All I wanted was him to be, and the other thing that happened was I asked him to mentor me. I really wanted him to be my mentor. And then he screenshot.
No, she wanted to pay me to be her mentor.
It and put it on Twitter. And I was like, and he was saying that, I don't know, I didn't want to do the work or I didn't want to, and I'm like, I don't know. I have a guitar teacher, I like having mentors.
No, you like having things done for you, which is why you wanted Glenn to get you the girls for a show in Las Vegas. That's why. You do nothing original. You have no intellectual curiosity. As I was saying before, Torsia has more intellectual curiosity than she does. Torsia took it upon herself to do what she did, to educate herself. She wants people to do, she's a spoiled rich girl who wants other people to do the work for her and then pretend that her 2 million subs are because she put a lot of hard work into it. Bullshit. Everything's been the studio she's in right now. She wouldn't even have a studio if she wasn't this spoiled little fucking rich girl. You know that, and I know that. And you think I am going to allow her into Red One Studios? And so, on top of that, source girls for her for that show? Get the fuck out of here. As I said, I put blood, sweat, and tears into that. We're fine. We're not even where I want to be with the new studio right now. I still got a lot of things I want to do with that studio. But we busted ass. And you know why I busted ass? Because I wanted to stick it to Patrick Bet David in the beginning. But I also want to point out that the Myron and Fresh were interviewing CGA in that studio last night. And you know what? Got no problem with that. I'm glad they're doing it. I'm happy to let them do that. But there is no way on God's green earth I'm going to ever do anything like give away the family jewels to fucking Pearl Davis. Got to be kidding.
Why would I not have someone mentor me that's like better than me? I thought I to this day recommend his book. It made a lot of things in my life make sense. So Glenn, I have Glenn on the phone and
Glenn on the phone. Glenn, who's been like her producer for the last he said 2 years ago, right? Let me jump on these real quick because I got to catch up. It's like Rich Cooper says, I don't do business with retards and I don't do business with people who do business with retards. Yes, thank you. That was one of the things I actually came and said afterwards. It's who he was referring to in that quote? He was referring to Anthony Johnson, who also stabbed me in the back in 2019. I've gone through this before. I know what I'm doing. Well, how come Rollo hates? I hate her just as much as I hate Anthony Johnson. Well, maybe more. I never liked Adam Sosnick from the beginning and called him a used car salesman. No, Adam Sosnick is Caesar Flickerman from Catching Fire, or from the Hunger Games, right? Yeah. By the way, which he is, also Destiny's Children is more fitting because he's a creep and he fucked them. Yeah, he did. Thank you for that, Kyle. No, Adam Sosnick, the show's done as far as I know. I went to go look because we're making like Mike and I are making plans to go to Miami in May, and I'm like, are we gonna do Saucecast? And I went back to look at Saucecast. He hasn't done that show in like 4 months, so I think it's pretty much done. And probably at the behest of Patrick Bet David. So, but I will say this: I like Adam Sosnick. I just don't like who he's married to. I think he's a really good dude to have on our show, but like you put him on his own show and he's he's controlled. Yeah. Where is it? What screenshots, conversations? Okay, here you want them? I got them. I'm 42 and looking back, I was on the path of getting zeroed out. That led me to your books. You and Rhinestone, Rich Cooper, and the rest of the guys, rest of the sidebar that helped me unfuck myself. Pearl adds zero value to men. Yeah. In fact, she adds less than zero value. She is a obstacle. She's a human being. She is an obstacle masquerading as a human being. I like Pearl a lot, OG. This ain't the move. Well, I'm just clear. Has none of this sunk in? Dare me to do it? Has none of this sunk in? I'm explaining. I'm giving you the details. I'm telling you what happened behind this. So let's see. Because you like her better, you think that she's got more veracity than I do. Is that how it goes? Because you can just fuck right off. Seriously, I have been detail oriented this entire stream. Everything has been detail oriented. Trader, thank you for that. Siege, yeah, he is not doing God's work. Trust me. Hey, Rollo, thoughts on Andrew Wilson? He does associate with these people? I think his direction with women on whatever is insightful. As I said earlier, maybe you didn't catch this. I put out a video of Andrew sort of backing me up with Destiny. He always has. He's always been a good friend of mine. I have talked with him in the background and said, look, I know you guys are tight with Pearl, but I said, just watch your ass. I just gave him the warning. You know, there's nothing more I can do. I mean, you think she's legit. I think a lot of people think she's legit because all they see is 1.9 million subs. That's all they see. They don't see her watch time hours. They don't see her audience retention. They don't like if seriously, we could go. You want me to do it now? We can go to her channel. And if you look at a channel that has rounded off 2 million subs, and you look at the views that she gets on her shows, 17K, 24K, nothing is, I mean, unless she's interviewing somebody who's like a really big name, she doesn't break 50,000. I have better number. My one videos have better numbers than hers. But nobody says anything about that because I'm stuck at 224,000 because for the last 18 months, I've been on a DHS NGO watch list. Oh, well, Rollo thinks he's on his way out. He doesn't understand, people don't like him that much. No, I'm on an NGO watch list, dipshit. Yeah. I mean, so is she technically, but they gave up on her because she was already demonetized. Yeah, didn't know that, did you? So if you go and you look at like CTR, which is click-through rate, you look at impressions, which means like what comes up in your feed. And if you look at audience retention, she doesn't have that great a channel, but everybody fixates on the 2 million, right? Go look here. You want a comparison? Go look at Chris Williamson's channel. Chris Williamson is close to 4 or 5,000 or 5 million subs right now. And if you look at his watch time if you look at his the watch minutes, or you could do views or you could do watch minutes. He has a channel that's legitimately watched. He's the numbers balance, the numbers show. Her numbers don't show. Why is that? Because those millions of the 2 million subs don't mean shit. The only thing that means shit is watch time hours, audience retention, impressions, and CTR, click-through rate. Only thing that matters. And anybody that says, well, look at her, she's more popular than you, she's got more subs than you, don't make any difference. They're watching the same thing or watching the same amount of time. It's the only thing that matters to YouTube. Subs are a vanity metric. Yeah. So, anyways, I have talked to Andrew in the past, and I said, you're gonna get fucked by her at some point because you are her friend up until you outlive your usefulness to her. Why do people waste mental energy on this chick? I don't know. The only reason I'm wasting mental energy on this chick is because I'm just clearing the air. Who cares about her? Show me that RG. This RG. Which one? This one or this one? It's not an RG. That's my Jackson. And then the other one is my ESP. You want to see the ESP? That's not an RG. That's actually that's a boutique. Like I got my devil horns again. It's a OD guitar Cytheria. It's a luthier built. It's built just for me. I have two of them. Right? I've got one here and I got one here. Maybe I'll do that. Should I just do a guitar show sometime and just like clear the air? Just unfollowed Pearl. That's good. Thank you. Have you ever heard of Courtney Ryan? No. Is it somebody I should know? Courtney. Is she a mean girl too?
Glenn is another person. He was one of the, I can count 3 people that were blacklisted. And by blacklisted, I think he picks and chooses because I work with Myron still, and Myron still streams with him. So maybe it's just like smaller people he black.
You have to remember that when I talked to Myron right after he had gotten involved with her, the first thing I said is, I don't know why you're working with this snake. We had that conversation. Am I making money with Myron? I guess maybe you could say I don't collab with him. I definitely collab with Glenn Lawrence. I definitely collab with the Savo brothers. Why don't you tell them who your first film company was? Pearl. How come? Where's the documentary, Pearl? No, and I hate this too. I don't want to do that. I don't want to blacklist. I'm not even blacklisting anybody. I'm just saying, look, I can't have a conversation with people, even in just, I don't think they do it maliciously. I can't talk to people about my plans, about the things that I want to do. I can't involve them in like, there's people who I would very, very much like to bring into a lot of the irons I have in the fire right now. Right? I've got some great stuff coming up this year. Right? Reignite's one of them. I can't talk to people about what I'm going to do with Reignite without having to say, do you work with Pearl Davis? I can't do that. I can't do that because it's just, I don't know what's going to get back to her, right? She's a ripoff artist. We've already established that. She would rather have somebody do shit for her and then take that. It's the perfect, 48 laws of power, man. Get other people to do the work and then take all the credit. That's her law of power. And I can't talk to guys, especially guys who are old friends of mine too. That's the thing is like she ruins relationships because when a guy can't see that she's full of shit and she's fucking manipulative, and I'm not trying to be a dick about things, but I can't talk to them because and I don't think they would do this maliciously, as I said, but if I talk about some sort of plan that I have going on, I don't know that conversation is not going to get back to her. Then, hey, look, I've got this new program. It's called Reignition. Register trademark. I came up with it myself. Yeah, because you had a conversation with her and you didn't realize that you're talking to a snake. So the possibility exists that that's going to happen. By the way, we're going to also talk about the whole thing with James Sexton here in just a minute. And that was a perfect example of it. Me talking to people and it getting back to other people. And then therefore things get out of hand. It's not because I don't like you. It's not because I have anything personal against you. It's that I can have a casual conversation with you and you could have a casual conversation with Pearl or somebody who knows her. And then it gets back to her. And now suddenly I'm fucked because I came up with a great idea and she wants to jump on top of it. I'm not saying you did that because you were trying to fuck me too. It's just because you just didn't know any different. So that's why.
Blacklist. I don't know. But I was very hurt, by the way. I did a reaction early on when the first video, he started like talking trash about me. And I was devastated. I was like, this is my hero. And then
again, here we go back to reinforcing all this stuff. I really, really like.
He just, shit on me. And then he just calls me fat on Twitter, and which is fine. I call a lot of women fat, so it's totally okay.
Sis, you're forgetting about that entire summer. Like, remember the entire summer after the whole tweet thing? Like, I'm working behind the scenes because I was working as Rollo's producer, and
Yeah. At the same time you were working with her and telling me you weren't.
you were coming to Vegas, and we were trying to get a sit down between the two of you. Remember that?
No, you were trying to arrange a show with girls sourced by me to do a Vegas style Access Vegas show for her.
And you're like, yeah, I'll meet with him off the record. You know, we could squash this stuff. And you're like, see what he says. And then I'm coming to him with it. And he's like, keep on wanting, like, yeah, I want $10,000 or whatever.
I forgot about the picture thing.
Oh, yeah. Then
my gosh. I forgot.
Thing.
Holy crap. Okay. So this is what happens. This was another part. See, I forget about all this because, guys, I don't remember talking about this publicly. Does
she remember anything? I don't remember. How many times? Like, I think we should probably go back through this video and count how many times she says, I don't remember.
I don't think I have.
But let me try to tell you what I remember.
But at this point, I don't care. So what happened with Brittany Venti? So Brittany Venti is a girl who has just been attacking me for years. She has made videos criticizing the way I smile, criticizing the way I dress. Like, you know, she made a rumor about me that I dated a homeless guy. He was not, okay. I don't know if homeless is staying in 5-star hotels. Do you know what I mean? Like, technically, but all
right. Well, we know this is a lie. So let's go pull this lie up, shall we? Do I need to? This was from a deleted tweet that she said about how long the guy that supposedly lived in her house didn't actually live in her house. Where we go. This is from the deleted tweets. Do I have that? Oh, there it is. Oh God, this is funny. All right, so this is from the deleted. She deleted these tweets. Okay, so let me pull that out. Let's share the screen with you. Here's Hannah Pearl Davis lying about how long her homeless boyfriend lived with her in her parents' mansion. I didn't even know this until now. And notice that she's also replying. This was replying to Pearly Things and the Omni Liberal. That is destiny. There is already a connection between these two. They know each other. I just want you guys to understand they're all connected. She's connected to Brittany Venti. Venti is connected to Nick Fuentes. Omni Liberal is definitely connected in more ways than one. Connected to Nick Fuentes. Connected to Lauren Southern. Connected to Lauren Chen. Connected to It's this big web of these guys. I'm Catholic. We don't believe in living with people outside of marriage. Weird, huh? Okay, and then I'm not sure. Him staying with my family a couple of weeks is the same thing as living together, but to each his own. So definitely not a 4-star hotel. I'm Catholic. We don't believe in living with people outside of marriage. Again, I don't know or care about your relationship history. I'm actually the one of the few people that doesn't bring it up constantly. The point is what you have stated. You believe in why do we need more people? Wait. There's Courtney. Okay, remember Courtney? Here's your Courtney girl. Big titty. Wait, didn't you literally have him live with you and your parents? I may have used that term, but I'm not sure him staying with my family for a month is the same thing as as living together as a couple. Okay, these were deleted tweets. So we already, okay, so you wanted some fucking receipts. There you go.
Kind of, offensive to people that are actually homeless, right? When it's off of like a technicality, like you don't have an apartment lease, but you're staying in hotel, whatever. I don't want to talk about that, but I hate this woman.
You don't want to talk about that because it's true.
Because, I mean, she's just, You know, she's gone after my mother, gone after all this bullshit. Now, mind you, I met another woman who also was not a fan of her, who had a very similar experience, because that's kind of what Brittany does. She just does takedown videos, whatever.
All right, she's not going to mention the name of this woman, but I am. Her name is Martina Marcota. Okay. And the reason I'm mentioning her name is because she and I have been friends for quite some time. And she had the same thing happen to her that had happened to Brittany Venti, because Brittany Venti, also autistic, also very, very on the spectrum for sure. And has a very bad habit of doing one thing, which is certainly talking shit about people. But she's very, I think she's decided that like Brittany Venti decided she wanted to get out of the scene. She's been like nowhere for a long time now. And probably for good reasons. Now remember, Brittany Venti also friends with Nick Fuentes, who was at the Tiki Torch March in Charlottesville, North Carolina. So remember, the connection is there. There's also the connection between Venti and Lauren Southern, because they both pulled the same shit with me. Now we'll talk about that as she flows into this. But then there's Omniliberal, who is also Destiny, who is also complicit in the whole collusion to get me to believe that there was an ultrasound admissions thing for Lauren Southern to throw me off the trail. We know this now. Thank you, Andrew Wilson. We know this now because of all the leaks of the texts and the videos between Lauren and, this has been confirmed. I did this back in like November, I think, of last year. Already confirmed, Lauren and Destiny had a thing. Okay. That's been confirmed. So now all these people, including Glenn Lawrence here, who said, oh, it was fake. We always knew it was fake. Well, you didn't know it was always fake. And there was a connection between Lauren Southern and Destiny, proven 100%. So what else is, so I guess maybe we should reconsider the fact that perhaps the guy who I was talking to was in fact, and I've confirmed this, was in fact her ex that I was talking to, that you said I didn't know, that we had some questions about. We know now. Funny how like you just wait 6, 8 months, 10 months, maybe a year. Suddenly all the fucking truth is out. Now you got Destiny. Now you got Destiny facing 4 revenge porn charges. All I gotta do is wait, man. All I gotta do is wait for you. All I gotta do is wait for Pearl. All I gotta do is wait. And remind you when shit goes down, what happened. So anyways, we already know she has a homeless boyfriend. No big deal. But again, lies.
And what ends up happening is this girl tells me that Brittany Venti has nudes on the internet. Now, what these women do is after like things get leaked or bad things happen, what they do is they make a fake story and like pretend it was all fake. And that's how they like make a smoke screen around something that really happened. Now it's tough.
Yes, which is exactly what, at least you got this part right, which is exactly what happened with Lauren Southern and Destiny creating an admissions document to make me believe that she had been in there for an ultrasound and she was in fact pregnant, right? The reason why they did that is because I was getting too close to the truth. They had to manufacture dirt and create a smokescreen. And the reason why she knows this is because there's several videos or Destiny videos of him saying pretty much the same thing. If you want to throw some people off, what you do is you put the truth in the lies. You pump up the lies. And so when people discover the lies are lies, the truth is right there. And so you don't know whether or not the truth is also part of those lies. That's the smoke screen that she's talking about right there, which is exactly what Lauren and Brittany Venti and all the people who were, colluding along with her tried to do to discredit me, because they couldn't find any dirt on me. So therefore they decided to manufacture some dirt on me. That's how that happened. Because some internet rumors are actually fake and they aren't real, but you kind of just have to use your discernment. And so remember. All right, hold on one second here. Hang on. Got to get to these real quick. Thanks to you. Thanks for the work you do, Rollo. Richard Hart won his case. Yes, I know. Thank goodness. Now maybe my EHEX will be worth something. When's the stream with him? As soon as he calls me, man, he knows he's always welcome on this show again. God, that'd be awesome. I'd love to get him on here with Miguel. You're right about the numbers. I did a video on Pearl about a year ago. Pearl averages around the same live views as you right now. 2 million subs for FYI. Yes. And let me also explain something else to you, Project VO. I do one podcast a week. This podcast. And now granted, we go for 2 hours or 3 hours. Let me stop lying. 3 hours. Right. I do one a week and my numbers are comparable. Go fuck yourself. You're professionally jealous. Yeah, I am. Courtney Ryan is one of the, I wish I could not be so I could actually make more money. Courtney Ryan is one of the red pill adjacent females dating gurus. Okay, now I know. She seems well-intentioned. She might make a good Access Vegas guest. All right, I'll look her up. Courtney Ryan. 30 years old, starting my first rock band. Any advice? Yes. Rehearse live with that band. Don't play with yourself in front of a computer and then expect to have a good band. Always rehearse live and write together. Bands are a collaborative effort, and that's too many people don't understand that today. So there you go. All righty then. Let me keep going here. Yeah, I mean, I saw. Thanks for. You know what? Somebody throw out like $50 on a super chat for Sam Bada so I can send it to him. He is doing a lot of work in the chat today.
So Rollo had gotten an example where this happened to Brittany before. Rollo had gotten an email or something. So I don't know exactly what, but he got wind that Lauren Southern had an abortion of Destiny's baby. Okay.
This is like... You don't know what you're talking about. Like if I didn't know enough about it, like you people have asked me this, hey, do you know who Courtney, whatever her name is, right? I don't know. I'm not going to tell you I do. I don't know her that much. God, that used to bug the hell out of me. I remember when Jedediah Bila would talk shit about Myron and Fresh. I'm like, have you ever seen the show? Have you ever watched any Fresh and Fit podcast? Well, no, but I kind of know what they're about. And then for the next 45 minutes, she's going to talk like she's the authority, the foremost authority on Fresh and Fit. Like, well, if you don't know what you're talking about, what on earth would possess you to think that you could talk for the next 45 minutes on something that you don't know about? Because I need content, right? But that's basically what she's saying. If you don't know what you're talking about, why are you especially when it's something as serious as this, why would you like mouth off?
And essentially, Brittany Venti comes in and makes a
Hey, do you want me to chime in on this part?
Yeah, go ahead.
I got
yeah, because I don't know, and Glenn Lawrence thinks he knows.
So Rollo received an email allegedly from Lauren Southern's husband out of the country, asking for a lawyer to, that he could point to him to help him out because he was going through some stuff. And during that, there was allegedly another email came from this guy or this person that worked at this OBGYN clinic that saw Lauren Southern allegedly go in there to get a, pregnancy test. And basically he took that and then the rumor of her and Destiny together and put the timeline together like, oh, well, this makes sense.
Yeah.
This is so he kind of ran with that story.
And what did I say to you, Glenn? Did I say it sounds credible that somebody would leak an abortion document? What did I say?
Okay. It wasn't an abortion document, you dumb fucks. It was an ultrasound is what it was. If it had been an abortion document, do you honestly think I would be like, oh, like they have like some document for that? Abortion happened here in Canada. Abortion happened here. That's not what it was. And you're lying, and you know you were lying. Because, boy, did Lauren ever make it public afterwards, right? So I'm going to give you the real deal here. This is what happened. So in December of 2022, I started having a email correspondence with Lauren Southern's ex. He hit me up because I was the only person that he knew or could think of, because he was a fan of mine, right? Could think of to help him get legal representation to see his child. She had essentially abducted the kid. and taken him to Canada, which is where she's at now, as far as I know. He is an American citizen who is a government contractor, not a Fed, who worked in Australia. So now I'm trying to help him find a child custody lawyer in the United States. Why, I don't know, or somebody because I'm a US citizen, right? Australia, United States, Canada. I'm trying to help him out here. He was at his wit's end. And so, of course, he's telling me about why he's in the situation he is. And one of the things he happened to mention was that Lauren still wears her wedding ring, even though they had been divorced for something like 6 or 8 months at that point, right? I had these ongoing conversations. It wasn't one email. It was several emails, and it was several conversations on Signal. I have made those public on at least 2 different occasions on my show. The last one was back when I was saying that there was people confirmed. It was in November, because it was when I got confirmed that Lauren Southern and Destiny actually had something going on. Vindicated. Fuck you, Glenn Lawrence. Already vindicated. Already proven 100%, not only by third parties, but also Melina herself. And that's why they got pissed off. That's why they did this, because I was getting too close to the fucking truth. It wasn't because I thought that there was some sort of abortion document. It wasn't an abortion document. It was an admission. It was a doctored, forged admission to an ultrasound, implying that she was pregnant in August of 2021 or 2020, something like that, right? Implying that. She employed a guy who does Photoshop to make it look as real as possible. The thing was downloaded as a PDF from the actual ultrasound site in British Columbia, okay? So that's why. It wasn't an abortion document. And stop fucking lying that it was, because you saw the document yourself. You're only throwing this out there because you're a fucking autistic spurg is what you are. And you know what autistic spurgs do? They try to rewrite and retcon the past is what they try to do. It's the same exact thing that happened when I stupidly did that Twitter space with Alex from Playing with Fire. The only thing he wanted to talk about was, you're a lie. Let's go back 4 years in time so that I can prove you. This is exactly you doing exactly the same thing. Let's go back 4 years in time so I can actually clear the air here, which is, you've probably been wanting to do this video for a very long time. And now Pearl, since she's sort of got nothing left to lose, she's more than happy to give you give you a half an hour video. So let's clarify things here. It was an MRI admission slip, meaning that she was there, or an ultrasound admission slip, meaning that she had a baby, getting an ultrasound to find out whether the baby was well or not, and that's what exactly was on the slip. You know that, and I know that. So that's number one. Number two is that was about the same time that Venti wanted to get involved in all of this as well, because she thought, well, if Lauren and Destiny can put one past Rollo, I bet I can put one past him too. Okay. So those were two different things. The Venti thing and the Lauren Southern thing were two different things. You did not say that you did not know, or you thought, well, I don't think I think Rollo's stupid because he's going with this story. No, it turns out that it was in fact true. Not the document, but the fact that Lauren and Destiny had an affair. He didn't want to have it made public again because he was still married to Melina, and it was a point of contention. It was something that was probably going to split them up, which is going to happen anyways, right? But this is who these fucking evil, twisted people are. And thank God, Andrew Wilson was there to sort of hold his feet to the fire, because everybody wanted to discredit me, and up comes Andrew Wilson, and he's basically, any opportunity he had, he says, did you fuck Lauren Southern? And they always dodge that question. There's something you're missing right there. They always, not so erudite, would just run cover for him all the time. So get your fucking story straight and stop lying about me. Because I'll tell you right now what the truth of the matter is here. So the fact that you're going to say it's an abortion slip is just ridiculous. But people are going to believe you. People are going to say, "Hey, yeah, well, Rollo, guess what? Old Rollo didn't get that one." No, I knew. God, I knew there was something between Lauren and Destiny at that time, and I was right. So what else was I right about? Well, I was talking with Lauren's ex, and along the way, she said that there was a baby involved. And guess what happened? You know, what was it? I think it was like 2022. Do you guys remember when Destiny and Melina went on Lex Friedman? They were trying to explain how an open relationship works, and she said that the only thing she worried about was him getting involved with the wrong people, like he likes the crazy girls, like the girls who will baby trap him. Why did she say that? Well, now we know. We have the leaked text messages between Lauren and Destiny. And I don't know if you've seen them. You should probably see those before you do any kind of response video. Okay. You should really look at those, because each one of those will probably explain their relationship. And it was tumultuous. Just to say that, to put it mildly. So yeah, I'm sure that caused a lot of friction in Melina and Destiny's life. And honestly, I don't really even give a flying fuck about it right now, except for the fact that I was right and you are wrong. Oh, we thought it was fake all from the beginning. Well, then why is it now that we know that Lauren and Destiny were something? Did you miss that? Did you not catch those? Did you not catch those leaks? Did you not catch all the sex? I would think you would have, all people would have caught all the sex videos and everything else, and the non-consensual passing along of revenge porn. Come on, man. It's right up your alley. That's the case. So it had nothing to do with an abortion document. So stop bullshitting. Like, especially when people are going to listen to this and they're going to go, oh, Rollo, believe there was a bull. No, I didn't.
To you.
You said no, absolutely.
I said there's no way this is real. And
it's no way it's real because you are misinformed. It was a ultrasound, not an abortion document. Stupid.
what happened was, you're cutting out. Your case cutting. But what happened was Brittany Venti made a diversion. So I don't know if Lauren Southern was pregnant or if her and Destiny were just hooking up, but that's confirmed now that happened. And
yeah, let's move on. Clip. And why don't you stick with that a little bit longer? So if it was, I guess I was right. I guess I got too close. I guess they wanted to fabricate something to throw people off the trail, right? Like you were saying, the smoke screen. Put a little truth in there with the lie, and then people will believe that the truth was the lie. Funny how you knew that already. Funny how that jumped out before any of the rest of this stuff did.
So Brittany Venti, in order to stop Rollo in his tracks, pretended to send him an abortion document. Now,
Brittany Venti did not send me that. She did not send me an abortion document. You are lying again. Brittany Venti had nothing to do with Lauren and, she probably had something to do with just sort of giggling in the backfield there. She had nothing about that was going on. I had that document. I thought it was real. It wasn't an abortion document. It was an ultrasound admissions slip is what it was. And it had her name written on it and everything else. Which, by the way, as I said, was a downloaded document of the PDF from the actual clinic that she was at. Why they would have those, I don't know, but they got it, right? So it was an abortion slip, dingus. And Brittany Venti did not hand that to me. It was in fact, it was anonymously given to me through who I thought was an anonymous sort of person who had heard me talk about Brittany Venti, who had heard me talk about Lauren Southern and Destiny on a June 12th video I did about, it was in response to Lauren Southern's sort of come to Jesus video about why she was actually divorced, because she knew I got her. It was the ring. Remember, she kept wearing the ring on Tim Pool, and I said, why are you wearing the ring? She knew the jig was up at that point. And then I brought up the fact that I knew her ex-husband, Aaron McCready. I'm just going to use names because I don't see any reason why not to. And again, it wasn't one email that I got this from. It was several conversations over the course of several months when I was talking to her ex, who, by the way, I still have his phone number. And I still have the conversation. I made him public last November. Even before that, I made him public, but I made him republic them in November. Guess you must have missed that video. So anyways, fact of the matter is literally none of this is true. Venti did not give me the document. It was Lauren Southern who had given it to me anonymously.
Said that there's no way this is real to Glenn at the time. And I guess Rollo still went public, and she ended up making him look kind of dumb because
I didn't go public. She went public. Because what was happening was I refused to put those documents up publicly. I was not going to put them on Twitter. I was not going to put them, certainly not going to put them on this channel, because it would have been a HIPAA violation, or it would have been doxing for sure, right? Like I said before, making medical records public, I can't think of a worse way to dox somebody than that. And I wouldn't put them up there. So what happened was I had all the people from Destiny's DGG forum and Destiny himself saying that he was going to give me $10,000 if I could prove it by showing that document, because they knew it was fake and they wanted to school me, but I wouldn't do it. And that was frustrating them because I didn't want to have a violation. I didn't want to lose my channel. They didn't want that to happen, right? But because what they were ultimately trying to do was they were trying to, first of all, get me taken down, and second of all, create dirt on me and humiliate me, which I wouldn't do. And it was getting later and later and later. You got to remember that I got that document like probably in June. Not even that, like the end of May, June is when I got the document, or the fake document. And then it wasn't until, I remember the date, it wasn't until like August 3rd. And why do I remember that date? Because that's when my daughter got married and I was dealing with all of this bullshit. Well, my daughter's getting married. How do you like that? And now I get to hear you guys lie through your fucking teeth about it. So that wow, how come Rollo keeps doing these? This is why. So I can reset the fucking bullshit. You didn't say it. You guys had nothing to say about that whatsoever. You didn't know. And you guys are just basically fumbling all over each other and sputtering around trying to figure out how you can sort of retcon all this shit so it makes you look good. That's not what happened. I'm telling you what happened. I got those documents from Lauren, not from Brittany Venti. Lauren even admitted that. If you had followed or read any of the tweets that she put out there when she went public with it, she was the one who says, "Oh, you're a fool. We have them right here." I never made them public. I never made those documents public. Never. It was they finally got too frustrated to say, okay, well, Rollo's never going to make these documents public. Destiny kept saying, I'll give you $10,000 if you make them public. Even that I knew was bullshit, right? So where was that? Nobody's mentioning that part, right? So I knew that they were bullshit. I knew it was bullshit up to a point. If I've got Destiny trying to tell me, I'll give you $10,000 if you will make these public, and I wasn't going to, it's not worth it. $10,000 is not worth it for me to ruin my reputation and ruin my fucking channel because I'm doxing medical, papers. I'm not going to do that. So if I'm doing, I never made them public. They'd gone through this whole grand ruse to find some way to discredit me. And I go, okay, well, he's never going to do that. So we're going public. And it was Lauren Southern who went public with it. And then you had Brittany Venti. Brittany Venti had nothing to do with that. She was trying to convince me that she was anonymous, and she was trying to convince me that she was Brittany Venti. Brittany Venti was Brittany Venti's ex-boyfriend, and then the ex-boyfriend had nudes. That's what this was about. They know this. That's why their stories don't jive right here. Okay, Brittany had nothing to do with it. I never made them public. The only person who made them public was Lauren Southern, and that was just the ultrasound documents. That wasn't have anything to do with Brittany Venti's nudes whatsoever.
He just believed this random email, but it was true, right? It actually was true, but that's how they divert from their craziness. Does that make sense, guys? They'll do something crazy or something that makes them look bad. And then in order to fake it later, what they'll do is they'll leak something that makes it look like everything's.
Push this up. I think I kicked it.
But he believed that the to tell him not to run with it.
I said, tell him not to run with that. Did he listen? Yep. No, he ran.
I didn't run with it. That's just it. You're lying again. It was Lauren Southern who ran with it. There's no, you will not find you. I challenge you. Go find anything where I said that here they are, where I made them public. I didn't. Go look at Lauren Southern's channel. You'll find them all over the place. I didn't make them public. And you're lying. And Glenn Lawrence knows he's lying. And she knows she's lying. They're liars. I keep telling you guys, these guys are fucking manipulative fucking liars. And you know what they're going to say when they get called in? I don't know. It was a long time ago. I couldn't remember.
With it. So even when he's talking shit about me, from my perspective, I'm still looking out for his best interest. So what happens?
No, you're not, because you don't know what you're talking. You've already admitted you don't know what you're talking about.
What happens is now Brittany Venti on top of this, she's done a diversion thing to divert from the fact that she has nudes on the internet. These are her nudes. Everybody knows they're her nudes, but you know, her face isn't in it. So everybody, what happened is, I guess on 4chan, they would tell women tits or get the F out.
She's all over the place. She's scatterbrained. So I'm going to explain this to you in detail here. Okay. So here's what happened. During this time, Brittany Venti is trying to convince me, because she comes at me anonymously and she says, I'm Brittany Venti's ex-boyfriend and I hate her and I want to expose her, blah, 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 blah. Okay. She says, she, as he says, I have some of her old nudes. Do you want them? And I'm like, well, I mean, I can always use them for like blackmail or whatever else, but whatever. And then he hits me up with which is Brittany, hits me up again. She says, well, I've got these ones, but it looks like she's 17 in these. Do you want them? I said, absolutely not. I wouldn't take, I was like, I don't have anything to do with that shit. That's at the point where I got suspicious and she knew I was suspicious. She said, oh yeah, I think she's 17 during these. And this is exactly what she tried to do with Martina Marcota's husband, because this is how Brittany gets people is if you want to make a guy go away, you make it look like he's interested in CP. Okay. And you know what CP is, and I'm not going to say what that is. Okay. Make it look like that you are interested in underage chicks or underage nudes, something like that. Right. Even if they're 17, whatever it is. And this is not the first time she's done this. She's done this with several other people too, according to Martina. Okay. And the problem here, or the thing that Pearl doesn't know, is that I'm friends with Martina and she's friends with Martina, and there's a disconnect there. So she doesn't know that I'm talking to Martina. Okay. So what had happened was this: I'd already gone through the ringer for the doctored forgeries that were the ultrasound admission documents. And so as a rule, so what happens is you've got this vulture here who wants to say, well, maybe this is my chance to get in good with Rollo. How can I help him out? Okay. She wanted to tell me that she had the actual real nudes, as if that was going to solve my problems. Right. And I'm like, I don't want to have anything to do with this. But prior to that, before this happened, what she tried to give me was, which weren't leaked, but these leaked videos of was it the verdict or the indictment of Steven Crowder and his divorce settlement at the time? Like they weren't, I didn't want to have anything to do with it because it was stupid, because like they were publicly available, and she's trying to tell me that there were leaked documents. What she was trying to do was get in my good graces by giving me what she thought would be useful to me. And again, that's what a manipulative, pathological personality does. So she said, well, maybe if I gave Rollo those Steven Crowder leaked deposition videos, then he'll know that I want to get back in good with him again. And I'm like, why the fuck is she doing this? And remember, this is mid-August of 2023, mid-August. I remember because I was in Lake Tahoe at the time. I'll tell you why I remember it. then that wasn't enough, and she realized that those videos, the deposition videos, were publicly available. So that went off the table. The next thing that Glenn Lawrence brings to me through Pearl is I actually have the real nudes, and I'm like, first off, Glenn, why would you? I've already said in the emails that I didn't want to have anything to do with Brittany Venti or any of her nudes or any of the underage or otherwise. But she said, well, Pearl has them and she wants to give them to you to sort of help you, like, you know, come back from this or some shit. Like I needed some help coming back from them. Like, what the fuck is this? So the nudes that were never nudes actually came from Martina Markota. And I'm going to show you exactly. You want your receipts? Here's your receipts, gentlemen. Let's see. This was, I have, you guys didn't think I still have these. I do. Before we do, let me get to Martina here. This is Martina Markota's, an exchange that I had with her. She said, this was not too long ago, because we were talking about Destiny, and we were talking about Lauren. Martina said this. She said, with the Destiny leaks and the ex-wife and friend of Destiny coming forward, Lauren was exposed. Rollo is vindicated. What does this tell you? It tells you that everything Rollo was saying was true, and that Lauren and Venti cooked up a plan to try to get the masses and their fans to think otherwise. Lauren Southern and Brittany Venti gaslit their fans and the masses by pulling this stunt on Rollo to make it look like the rumors about them were bullshit. They went through all of this effort to create fake documents, forge emails, interact with Rollo on these fake email accounts, all to feed him the stuff that they knew was true, so that they could turn around and go, haha, it was a prank, bro. They said I was trolled, right? You're so gullible, therefore sorry, let me pull her out of there real quick. You're so gullible, therefore making it seem like those rumors were simply untrue. And this is a twist. This is twisted. Who comes up with this kind of thing? A psychopath. These women are twisted. They do not care who they destroy in order to get ahead. This is the second part of that. Venti did similar things to me, and Lauren sat back and allowed her to, when I pleaded with her to please get through to Venti. It's time they get exposed. Now, of course, Brittany Venti is long gone. But let's keep going here. Is it this one here? Oh, that's Jeremy from the Quarter. By the way, Jeremy from the Quartering, still waiting for my apology, asshat. Still waiting for that. He wanted to say I was all that this was all like me being one of those red pill guys. They're really into, CP. They're really into, this is what they're really about. Is this what a masculine man does? Yeah. Okay. Jeremy, still waiting for that apology, bro. These were the ones that this was the exchange that was given to me by Pearl through Glenn Lawrence, and this came from Martina Markota. So this was Pearl. This is what I was led to believe was supposed to be Pearl trying to send out an olive branch to me after all this was going on in the middle of August, and I'm going to explain to you why it was in the middle of August. Are you sure they're not AI? I found AI nudes that are floating around. These are I blacked out the fiddly bits there. Okay, so this is what came to me from Pearl. Here's another example of it right here. Again, I blocked this out. This is from Martina Markota, who had passed these along to Pearl. She won't mention Martina by name, but I fucking will. Okay, so here's your fucking receipts, asshats. This is what she used to be on. So this is actually this right here is this part right here. Okay, just so you guys know. And then okay. So, and this was funny because later on when I was talking about when the whole James Sexton thing went down, this was her replying to this. And now again, this is a deleted tweet from the deleted tweets account that I showed you a little while ago. Also okay, can you please confirm that I do not in fact work for you because Rollo is making up crazy conspiracy theories again? He's the guy that got fooled by Brittany Venti and Lauren Southern. So still harping on that as up to October of 2023. And then you got Sergio Solis here, who was supposed to be my friend, right? He was the guy that was supposed to be on that video with me and CJ Bryson and all the rest of these guys, right? Dude needed to just take a break after the Venti shit. bruh. This was her attitude throughout the whole thing. Does that sound to you like she was like, well, I was just trying to look out for him and trying to help him? No, it doesn't, because she is a manipulative fuck. That's why.
And I guess she chose tits. So, so at some point.
And just for her, for her sake, they're a nice pair of titties. I'm not going to lie. Like, they're.
And you would know, because you see a lot of them weekly, at least 3 times. Want to know why you're broke? I can tell you why you're broke.
Proportionate, they're nice.
Yeah, I mean, look.
She doesn't know where to go with this. Glenn Lawrence is a sex addict. Glenn Lawrence is, I will explain to you this, Siege D and the rest of you guys. Any of you guys trusting this autistic guy? Anybody thinking he's like a great, pastor, or he's going to be some good religious leader? This dude fucks more whores than you would ever imagine. I couldn't even imagine it. I've got the risk. Like I said, it's going to probably end up having to be a full on podcast unto itself. But yeah, I've got the receipts for this. Trust me, when you fuck as many whores as or escorts, sorry, I can't say whores anymore, sex workers as Glenn Lawrence, 1 or 2 of them end up talking. That's all I'm going to say about that. And he's got a real problem. And his estranged wife should probably know about where their money was going. I don't know if they're still together or whatever that's all about. His girlfriend, he's got a long-term girlfriend. He's banging other escorts on the side. And he's also got his ex-wife who he's been stringing along for quite some time right now. I don't know. I left it alone. I should also point out that I tried my best, and I've done this for a year. Okay. Try my best to just leave this shit alone. I got shit that I could go all day with. And I'm just like, you know what? I don't care. And nobody else is going to care if I talk about this. But I will say this is Glenn Lawrence is not who he presents himself as. He's in the lifestyle, and he's into the lifestyle stuff. Let's just call it there.
A nice pair of boobs. Congratulations, lady. Now, somebody sent me this nude, and I send it to Glenn.
Okay. So that somebody was this woman right here, Martina Makota. Okay. There you go.
And it's on the internet. You can Google it. It's really not hard to find. And then Rollo what did he do? He like screenshotted that and was like, tell the Daily Wire that Pearl's trying to like solicit I forgot what the hell he accused me of.
Right. So I didn't say anything even remotely like that, because this was in like I said, the middle of August 2023. Now, why was she trying to get into my good graces in August of 2023? I'll tell you why. Because it was at that point that I started talking with James Sexton again. That was at the point where James Sexton had gone and done Soft White Underbelly. And we had reconnected. He had been kind of a friend, but like we kind of like lost touch for a while. And then I realized he was on there. I started talking to him again. He's like, yeah, I'd love to get on your show. And I ended up doing, you could still see it now. I did an interview of James Sexton, middle of August, 2023, from Lake Tahoe, from the Keys too, in a very nice rental that I happened to be in, because as I said, it was right in the same month that my daughter got married. Okay. So I'd done this really great, and it was a fantastically well-viewed, we just did it on the spur of the moment. It wasn't like we planned it for a long time. I just called him up, started having a conversation, and said, hey, I'm doing a show tomorrow. You want to be on? Sure. Came on, we started talking, had a really good conversation. You guys already know I'm a good friend of James. So we had this great show, and lo and behold, that was right almost immediately after that show. That's when she wants to send out and say, hey, I've got Steven Crowder's deposition. Do you want it? No, I don't. Get the fuck out. Hey, I can really help you out with that Brittany Venti situation. How about these? How about if I give you these? How about if I give you these? Those were the olive branches. That was the payoff, right? That was the treat. Little did she know that I didn't want to have anything to do with Brittany Venti, because they were trying to get me in jail, not just take away my channel. I'd already gone through the Lauren and the Lauren ultrasound shit. I'd already gone through Destiny, all these people saying, haha, you're so gullible. I had already gone through disproving Brittany Venti's, accusations of me. And here she is trying to give me her fucking nudes. Are you out of your fucking mind? Like, why on earth, why on planet Earth would I think that would be something that you would want, that I would want to have? But then I realized it was coming from Pearl. And that was so this had been passed to me through Glenn Lawrence. What both of them didn't realize is that I'm also good friends with Martina Marcota. And I knew who she was when I saw her name and her icon on that screen cap. That screen cap's not I didn't screen cap that. That's screen capped from Glenn Lawrence. I just kept it around. I keep it around just in case for shit like this, so I can defend myself from asshats like that. But why? I'm like, why would that be there? 2 days later, hey, Pearl would really like to know if you could put her in touch with James Sexton so she can have an interview with him. I'm like, fuck you. I'm not doing anything for her ever again. Glenn, who was working with her while telling me he was not working with her. That's why. That's where that came from. That's where the Brittany Venti, like why else would she want to give me that stuff? What other reason? Because she's a swell gal? Here, let me give you Steven Crowder's deposition. Nope. Oh, not that. How about this? I'll give you those nudes. I spent like an inordinate amount of time trying to say I rejected her when she said that they were underage. Why are you giving this to me now? Why would you even think that I would want this for any reason whatsoever? Because you're a swell gal and you want to here's your olive branch of Britney boobies? No, it was fucking bribe. It was a bribe for me to give her James Sexton, which, by the way, came back around March 1st of last year. We'll get to that here in just a second.
What he did was he sent me them, and I was like, oh shit. I was like, man, it doesn't show her face though. So, I don't think we could roll with that.
No, it did show her face. In fact, this right here was her putting out a date. So it's definitely her trying to say that it's her. So stop lying. I gotcha.
Because it's like, and you didn't say like, hey, use this or anything. You're like, look what I found, right? Like,
yeah, because if you find some internet gossip about your arch nemesis, you're gonna send it to your pals. Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Like, come on. Like,
so I'm like, I show it to him. I sent it.
That's a very nervous laugh.
To him, I said, look, I was like, this looks like, her, but it doesn't, like, we don't see her face in it. So
why would I want it? I've already, or went to and it's funny is I did a video that he actually shot at Red One Studios in that time where I was saying, look, this is what went down. It was me, it was Thor. I think Tiffany was actually came on, and Troy Francis was on there as well. And I was explaining this in detail, and he was there shooting it. He knows what the fucking truth is, which is why he's lying right now.
Be careful, like I wouldn't, just wouldn't roll with it. And he's like, where'd you get it from? Well, I don't lie. I said, Pearl sent it to me, like she knew that we were going through the shit with Brittany, because Brittany accused Rollo of asking for her nudes.
So why would you give me those things or try to attempt to give me those things? Say they were from Pearl, when I'd done all this, gone through hell, trying to defend my reputation at that time. Why would I in any planet want that?
And her underage nudes at that in an email.
Yeah, because again, Brittany's trying to divert from the fact that she has nudes on the internet. Like that, they're on the,
like, you can tell she's done with this line of questioning.
Internet. They are real. I know multiple people in conservative media who know that they are real. And
I know multiple people in conservative media who know they're real. Who? Such as? Want to throw some names out so we can track them down and ask them?
She's going to make some hit piece now trying to pretend.
No, she's not. And she's not, because she has left the scene. She has not done anything. She actually deleted her channel and has been like completely invisible for the last 6 months.
But they are not real. They're real. She was probably
young.
Yeah,
then Rollo said that you tried to give underage nudes to me to him.
Is that not how you just described it? Because it is her. Like, I'm sorry, did we miss something here? Like at the top here, this Pearl Davis at the top there, that one. Did we not? Did we seem to miss that name somehow?
Right. And before I even like checked it, like the age on or the date on the picture that she took, because she wrote the date that the titties were allegedly uploaded, right? And then I looked at that date plus her birth date, and then I'm like, oh, so this chick in this picture is 19, 20 years old. So they're not underage nudes.
Sounds like Glenn went to an awful lot of trouble to find out how old she was.
And I tell that to Rollo. So he already knew, but he decided to spin it as you're trying to solicit underage nudes to me through him.
Yeah. And then he's...
Either way, whether they were underage or they weren't, why on earth would I do that? Why would the gift of this imagery, let's just say, from Martina Marcota, who went to Pearl, that went to Glenn, that comes to me, why on earth would I want that? Why would that be even a thing in the first place? Because it's an olive branch for her to give something so she can get Jim Sexton. That's why.
Starts telling everybody I work for the Daily Wire, because at one point I had a consultant who worked for the Daily Wire, but this was his side business, consulting, and he quit like 4 years ago now. It would be like hiring an editor as a contractor that, like, imagine if...
Okay. I already know this is bullshit because I have people inside our organization who are telling me this is bullshit, but I don't have the receipts to actually show this to you. However, her former manager was married to Dan Bongino, who, by the way, congratulations, is now the deputy executive of the FBI, deputy executive of the FBI, deputy something, or deputy director of the FBI. Was married to, I forget the chick's name, Gina something or other. Maybe it was Gina Bongino. Used to be her manager who worked for the Daily Wire. So yes, she has lots of connections at the Daily Wire. In fact, she just said that she knows a lot of conservatives who know whether or not Brittany Venti's tits are real. Just saying. But is she drawing? I never said she's drawing a paycheck. I never said she is getting a 401k or she's got some sort of insurance benefits from the Daily Wire. What I was implying was that she is the only content creator in the Red Pill whose name that they are willing to use. And so whenever, again, I don't know why this is even such a big deal. I said, look, she's basically working for the Daily Wire, because all she does is throw out some Molotov cocktail or she throws out some bullshit and they go, well, look, the Red Pill are talking about this again. Pearl Davis said X. And I was just basically reinforcing the idea that all she does is she's a patsy for TradCons. She's a patsy for the Daily Wire. I never said she's like drawing a paycheck. I never said she's on the payroll. I never said she was on the she was getting benefits or anything like that. But of course that's what happens. Like when something like that happens, you have to agree and amplify. So that's what she was doing. She was like, oh, well, hey, was it Ben Shapiro, can you tell Rollo that I don't work for you? Hey, Jeremy Boring, can you please tell him, ha, ha, ha. It's the same thing that happened with the what you call it, the vasectomies tweet. You just blow it out of all proportion and you sound ridiculous, right? That's not what I was saying. I'm trying to make an illustration here that her only purpose, the only purpose she serves in the manosphere is to be ridiculous, is to be a whipping boy, is to be like Ben from the Dr. Phil show. That's all her purpose is. It's still only her only purpose too. Although I think she's probably on her way out.
If my editor in his free time did contract edit work on the weekends. I mean, it's not really and if I did work for them, I mean, I wouldn't have a problem saying it.
There's your jump cuts again.
Yeah, but he ended up getting community noted. Anyway, so that's I think that's all the tea. And then he fired Glenn.
No, you're missing one part.
What did I forget? It's been so
when
long.
When we went to Daily Wire, right? Remember James.
So you mean when you went to Daily Wire and you completely choked on Michael Knowles' show? That one? Or the one or was that the same Nashville where you had to change hotel rooms? I know about that too. Yeah. The one where you had to change hotel rooms because you were sticking it out for something else.
Sexton. He tried to say like the whole James Sexton thing. Because remember originally the panel was going to be 4 red pillars.
Oh my gosh. Then do you know what's crazy? He accused me of trying to get Rollo off the panel when I suggested him to be on it to begin with. I was supposed to have a one-on-one interview. Nobody else was invited.
Okay. This is retcon. If you ever wondered what retconning is, this is retconning here.
And I said, and I knew everyone in the RP was going to complain and say Pearl shouldn't get this collab. So I'm like, hey, let me try to get someone else in the door. I also agree there's a lot of great men in the space that I respect a lot. Let's bring, I don't have a problem filming with anybody. Let's bring them. And then I forgot how
there's your jump cuts.
Got some screenshot and was trying to spin it.
So that this is a good place to start. That screenshot is because I have people in your organization. Not everybody. Well, I did, and not anymore because now you've kind of fallen from grace. So here's the point: is the screenshots that I got was of emails of her talking to her manager. I don't know if it's Blessing or whoever it was. I forget who the manager was at that time. Anyways, they were working out some sort of deal or some sort of interview. Now we have to go back a little bit. We got to go back to, remember, this is 2024. Now in 2023, I had in August of 2023, you'll remember that the whole thing that went down with Brittany Venti here and all the nudes and her handing me off, through Glenn, thinking that this is going to be some sort of gift so that she can get James Sexton as an interview. So keep that in the back of your mind. So here's the deal. I'd made the decision to move to Las Vegas, and I had gotten a rental and everything. I was moving myself and my wife and my dogs and everything. And this was on February 29th of last year of 2024, almost a year to the day. Right? And so what I had been doing is I had been moving my mother-in-law into my house in Reno because I needed somebody to be there to take care of that while I was going to figure out how to sell it and everything else. I spent the entire day moving her apartment stuff into my house. I look at my email at about 4:00 on that day, and I come across an email, and the email is from Daily Wire, and I'm like, oh, hot damn, cool. It had been sent to me at about noon, and it was 4:00. I'm like, oh, great. Hey, we would like, the email said something to this effect. Hi, this is so-and-so, who ended up being the wife of Matt Walsh. We would really love to have you come to the studio and do an interview or do a panel show with James Sexton, Pearl Davis, yourself, and Matt Walsh. Those are the 4 individuals that were named. Okay. So all this bullshit about, I was going to do an interview and it didn't turn into an interview. And no, the entire thing, at least according to Matt Walsh's wife, who is his publicist or logistics person, whatever, it was supposed to be myself, Jim Sexton, Pearl Davis, and Matt Walsh. And of course I jumped at it. I'm like, fuck yeah, let's do it with Jim. No problem. Right. I said, I'll even put up with that bitch Pearl if as long as Jim's there and we can have a constructive, substantive conversation. Right. So I put that in, and it's 4:00. By 4:15, I get a reply. And the reply is, oh, I'm sorry, you took too long to reply to this. So we've already filled your position. Not Jim's, no, your position. I'm like, who the fuck do they fill my position with? Like my slot. We've already got somebody who's already, I'm like, that was only like 4 hours, man. Like, come on, but that was the plan. Plan was never to have me on the show. And I discovered this later through the people who are inside with Pearl. And the thing was this, is that the reason why they use my name in the first place is because Jim Sexton would never agree to go on with just Pearl and whoever else. And they knew this. So what they're doing is they're using my name as a loss leader so that Jim will agree to it. Here's what they don't know. I'm really tight with Jim. I'm really tight with James Sexton. I call him up immediately. I say, hey, Jim, are you going to go do this? And he's like, yeah, we start talking bullshit for a little bit. He goes, you're going to go, right? And I go, I guess not, because they already booted me out of that slot. And he's like, what the fuck? I'm like, because he had already agreed. And he said, I would never have agreed to this had you not been on the bill. I go, you should find out who's going to fill the slot. And it turns out it was Michael Knowles. So it would have been Michael Knowles, and it would have been Matt Walsh versus Pearl Davis, who is still working on her divorce documentary, and the world's greatest leading expert on divorce, Jim Sexton. So what that leads me to believe, and correctly so, I found out, is that what they had done is they'd use my name as a loss leader to get Jim to agree to go on this show, who probably under any other circumstance would never have done that. I told him that, and Jim instantly says, I'm not going to do this. Because what she was trying to do is she was trying to, again, ride the coattails of a person who has better ideas, is more more authentic, more well-versed, who actually knows what the fuck he's talking about. She was going to sit there and just probably let him run the whole show. Well, she looks like she knows what the fuck she's talking about just by association, just by sitting there and doing nothing. Because she's doing the documentary on divorce. She probably would have threw out a few things like, hey, do you know the divorce statistics for, 70% of divorces are initiated by women? Like, she probably would have thrown something, schmaltzy and cheesy like that out there, and then would have take it away, Jim. Like, that was the intent. Because that's what she fucking does. She has no original ideas. She is not an innovator. She is a fast follower. So if she couldn't get me to give her Jim Sexton back in the middle of August with Brittany Venti nudes, why not use my name to get him to agree so that they can go and do their show together? Now, I'm happy to say that I did sabotage that, although I feel bad for Jim having to deal with this cluster fuckery. That's basically what happened. And that was the intent of her. She couldn't get him any other way. Well, hey, I got an idea. Let's use Rollo's name because he's tight with him. He'll agree. Then we boot Rollo and we put Michael Knowles. Like, they wouldn't tell me who got the slot, but it was Jim who told me that it was Michael Knowles who got the slot. Now, I'm happy to say that it did work out okay, because James Sexton did, in fact, get that interview or that one-on-one with Matt without Pearl whatsoever. It was just a one-on-one, right? Which, if you haven't seen it, was pretty good. And he dropped my name a few times on top of everything else. So it did work out pretty well. But that's what she was trying to do, because she is a manipulative snake, as Myron Gaines has said from day fucking one. Pregnant silence. It boggles the mind, right? This is what she does. And she didn't even get, on top of the cherry on top is the fact that she did get an interview with Michael Knowles about religion and about marriage, but it was just her and Michael Knowles. So instead of her, Michael Knowles, Matt Walsh, and Jim Sexton, it was just the two of those two separate ones, right? And of course, Glenn Lawrence is in the, yelling from the wings, her producer, whenever she got into trouble when she was trying to quote scripture. It's more than a man could take. That was probably one of the single worst interviews I've ever seen her do. And the very fact that Glenn had to be in the background calling out, Corinthians 31:9 or whatever the fuck it was, right? Just chef's kiss, man. Keep it up, Glenn, please. Please keep bailing her out of situations that she has no business belonging in the first place. And I'll tell you the thing that got me is that was one of the things that convinced me to just sort of leave this shit alone, because I felt bad for James Sexton. James is too good for this shit. In fact, I told James, I said, look, one of the things I told him was, don't go on with Pearl. Don't go on with Fresh and Fit. Don't go on with any of these guys that Joe Rogan would call a bottom of the barrel podcast, including my own, by the way. I'm not leaving me out of this. But I said, wait till Rogan gives you the call. Wait until some of these big heavy hitters give you the call. Wait until Chris Williamson gives you the call. Wait until the rest of these guys who are bigger names than me or fucking Pearl give you the call. And then once you've tapped all that out, then, hey, come be a bro and come on Fresh and Fit, or come with me, or, whatever it is. And I think he's doing pretty well for himself. I just seen him on, like I said, I wanted this show to be about the interview that he did with the pastor from Hillsong United. And I'm going to probably have to do that next week. But because I thought that was going to be a real interesting thing to do. But then I got to go and answer all these like bald-faced bullshit, like just ridiculous, absurd lies. So that's basically what happened. And she's just going to back out and say, I didn't know anything. The rest of this stuff is just her blathering, if you want me to.
I was trying to not let him in, or I don't know what he was trying to do.
No, what he was trying to say was that you were trying to use him to get to James Sexton, to get James Sexton on the show with you. And then you had them cancel Rollo off as soon as James Sexton would confirm or something like that.
Which is exactly what happened, until I called, because they don't know how tight I am with Jim, until they realize that, well, Rollo must have called Jim, and then Jim canceled on that. And I'm glad that Jim actually did the thing with Matt Walsh afterwards, but because he schooled Matt Walsh. But the reason why she's doing this in the first place is because this is what she does. She's not an authority on anything. She has no business being, like, as I said before, in March of 2021 on Fresh and Fit, you're going to have these people who are going to come in and they're going to claim authority that they should never have in the first place. And she's the worst amongst them. So I think I pretty much debunked everything that she has said in that video, right? I hope she keeps working with Glenn. I really do, because that'll be the end of her. And I'll be happy when that happens. Or she might go the passive way, and I know she's dating Nuke. I like Nuke. Nuke, if you're watching, you're my homeboy. I like you a lot. I just can't talk to you as long as you're connected to her, because this is the kind of shit that happens. I can't get Jim Sexton. Okay, I guess I'll have to. I guess I'll give Rollo venti nudes, or what I think are venti nudes, thinking that I would want them in the first. Like, why on fucking earth would I want those? Oh, I can't get him. Rollo won't give me Jim Sexton. He won't put me in touch with him. Like, you could have called him. Probably would have said yes too, but you tried to go through me. Same thing happened later on when all that stuff went down. So you got like people, well, why does Rollo hate her so much? Have I not explained that in great detail in the show so far? Have I not made my case? You would hate her too. Trust me, you would definitely hate her just as much as I do. I don't use that word lightly. There's few words I will actually enter into my vocabulary. I'll actually speak aloud. Hate is one of those. I hate her. Honest to God. There we go. Evil. I don't use evil very much because it's a judgment calling. It's magic, right? Magic is what we use, is the term we use for shit we don't understand. But sometimes it's the only thing that serves, right? She's fucking evil. And if you can't see that, I don't know why you would think that I would want to work with you. And the same thing goes for Torsha, who I love her like a sister. Really, I do. But she learned the hard way. And probably, I hate to say it, probably Andrew and Rachel will too, once they outlive their usefulness. Once you mean more to her, if she can fuck you and make more off of you, or if she can fuck you and get more clout, she can fuck you and get more money, if she can fuck you and boost herself up, as she said several times in this video, I just want to be the biggest, baddest bitch there is, right? If she can use you and catapult herself up a little bit more, she'll fuck you as soon as smile at you. That's how it works. And yes, I've been through that. Yes, I made the mistake of trying to be cool with her before all the Nick Fuentes shit went down. I made that fucking mistake. I wish I hadn't, but maybe you can learn from my bad. I hope so. Glenn Lawrence is freaking autistic as fuck, and he knows it. He knows he's got a problem with escorts right now. I don't even, like, you're never going to get that debate. You're never going to get that back and forth because he knows what I know. And I'm going to be, you know what? I don't care. Like, go do whatever there's nothing that I can do, like me, like maliciously or like vengeful. There's nothing that I can do that will fuck you more than yourself. Like like when you got nothing, like it's one thing if somebody screws you over and you go, oh man, I hate that guy, revenge, right? It's another thing when you just wait it out and they fuck themselves. There's a special kind of feeling when like Destiny's, revenge porn stuff comes out. He is gonna go away. Like if you've seen what was it a Legal Mindset guy? God damn it, with Andrew from Legal Mindset. If you're watching the play-by-play, Destiny is fucked. He is absolutely fucked. And I'm here for it, man. I am here for it. Lauren Southern, vindicated 100%. Was there a child? I don't know. But does it sound like it's like too far out of the realm of possibility now? Now that we know he's been lying about it, and he's been lying about it to the point where he would go to the effort of having Lauren Southern create a forged document for an admission to an ultrasound. That's a lot of work, man. That's a lot of work to throw people off the track because Rollo said something that he is in contact with her ex. So if that's the case, then what else is the ex saying that's also true? He told me there was a baby involved. That's where I came from. I didn't say, oh, there's got to be a kid. I made the title of the video Destiny's Child because it's a play on words, right? Destiny's Child. But I was getting too close, and I'm sure that was causing some friction between him and Melina, and he didn't want anything to do with that. And if you know anything about, I underestimated Destiny's vindictiveness. I did. I'll be the first one, honestly. I didn't know who I was dealing with when I was dealing with that shit. And I didn't realize it at the time, but I hit too close to home. I hit too close to the truth. And that's why he did what he did, and that's why Lauren did what he did, or did what she did. That's why he put like a $10,000 bounty on me, like making them public, which I never made them public, although these dumb fucks don't know any different. I don't remember that. Maybe you're right. You'll make a whole video about it and try to convince people you do. Like, fuck you. So, yeah, and the whole Venti thing, like, why? Why would you give me that stuff? Why would that even in any way, like whether it came from anybody, why? I've shown you the receipts. I've shown you the screen clips. I've shown you the shots. They are liars. Liars. There you go. Oh yeah. Rollo spurging out. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know why and you know what? I don't know if I call that spurging out. You know what I call spurging out? Spamming the chat because I'm right, because I'm hitting too close to home. Trust me, no one is going to believe Pearl or Glenn Lawrence any better because you're throwing this stupid shit out there, and you're going to get blocked for it anyways. So, and I also would like everyone to know in this show here towards the end, because I'm going to end here in just a second. Sam, if you would be so kind, like how many people have you blocked? How many spammers have you blocked in this show thus far? Because he was saying, Sam Botto, my mod, Sam Botto was saying, man, it's really doing a lot of work here. Oh, yeah, you are. You know why you're doing? Sorry, Sam, I apologize. I feel like I owe you a beer. The reason why Sam's working so hard is because you're scared. It's because I'm right. Because I have all my shit together. I remember it perfectly. I went through it. Yeah. That's why you have your trolls. That's why you have your Chinese bots. If you go and you look at the comments on that video, on Pearl's video, you'll see that all the shit talking ones are like by John 46185AB-4. Seriously, go look at the comments. All the ones that talk shit about me are like bot comments. They're always name bunch of numbers. That's why I wasn't too worried about the comments, because that's just basically all it's about. Yeah. What do I sound like? What do I sound like? You sound like a whiny woman. Right. No, I don't. I sound like a guy who's got his shit together, who just told you shit you do not want to hear. And you're hoping other people won't watch. That's why. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, $10,000 back. So just to answer that question, if you guys want to answer, you've got quick questions, I'll give them to you. No, Destiny, like right. So when the document came out for the ultrasound, and I got a hold of it, it was in response. I wish I would have. Hindsight's 2020. But it came right after the video that I had made of Destiny's Child. I was talking about how I knew her ex, and he had said that there was a child between the two of them. Chud Logic had already talked about how there was an affair between Lauren and Destiny. Then a few other people that I knew that were in that community, thank you, President Sunday, already knew that there was a thing between the two of them, and it couldn't be confirmed until you had, what is her name, Brittany Simon and Melina came out, and all the leaked texts and all the leaked videos show that they were actually a thing. Melina also confirmed that they were a thing, right? And I'll tell you right now, fuck Melina, because she was the one telling me she was trying to back up Destiny and saying, "Oh, they never got together." Yeah, now suddenly the shoes changed, right? But so it had come out, and then I had the documents, and I was holding on to them. And I was like, okay, I can't really show these things, but it looks to me like this is confirmed. And I was actually waiting for there to be more confirmation about it, right? But it was not going fast enough for them. They wanted to ridicule me. They wanted to go quicker than it was. So I got these documents in the beginning of June of 2023, and they didn't try to out me until, like I said, August 1st of 2023. During that 2-month period, that's when Destiny started putting out these tweets saying, well, if Rollo has these documents, he needs to put them out there, and I'll give him $10,000. He's so full of shit. I'll give him $10,000 if he can produce these documents, which I knew was bullshit, right? Like, he's really going to give me $10,000. And so I knew that was bait. And what it was bait for, I didn't realize at the time that the documents were false, but I certainly wasn't going to go public with them because I didn't want to lose my channel for doxing medical documents on YouTube, which is why he offered $10,000, because he thought I would bite and therefore lose my channel, which was the whole point of the ruse in the first place, was to get me off the air, to discredit me and to get my channel banned. That's what it was for. And I know this now because I was too close to the truth, which was that Lauren and Destiny were a thing. Holy shit. And thank you again, Andrew Wilson. But so if that was true, what else was true about the exchanges I had with her ex? You tell me, man. I just work here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Donating for Sam's mods against the trolls. I'll put that in your PayPal, Sam. $50. Hello, Rollo. I was also fooled by her, so I agree with most of your points, but I must admit you're too patient and too nice. Well, thank you. Yes. I told you, man, beware the wrath of the patient man. Too many people, but I hate her for the most of the promotion of Nick Fuentes and poisoning Myron. Yeah. That's a whole nother topic for a whole nother show, but I do 100% agree with you. Yeah, I'm just a sweet, loving soul. You know, it's funny is I had Ryan Stone tell me, he says, Rollo, you know, you're really red pill when it comes to chicks, but you are not red pill when it comes to guys. I'm like, yeah. So who you trust? But I want to, you know, it's like I want to see the best in people. Even Pearl, I did for a brief moment, for about 8 weeks, until she decided to be a manipulative bitch, right? What was that one? Hold on a second. CHD. Why do you say Glenn shouldn't be around minors? Why don't you ask him that? Let's see. Rollo is too smart for these hoes. Thank you. What was it? I'm getting some of the non super chats here real quick. Why does she always seem like she's on Valium? She is. She always does seem a little scatterbrained, doesn't she? But I think she's worse in this one because there are so many jump cuts in here. Whoever's doing the, I don't know if it's Glenn or not, but like whoever's doing post production, you need to go back to community college and figure out how to use Adobe Premiere. Basically, Pearl's doing a subscription telethon is no different than just having a fully clothed OnlyFans channel. Okay, that was good. Rollo's the man. Thank you very much. Fresh start. Love you too, brother man. And do you think if the subscriptions don't work out for Pearl, she would play the prodigal daughter narrative and join Daily Wire? I don't know, man. That ship might have sailed already. I will say this. I think that when Brett Cooper got canned, and she did get canned, I had thought that they might try to bring Pearl in to fill that slot. She's not going to ever be Brett Cooper, but I thought maybe they might try to bring her in. Apparently that's never materialized. It sounds like she's not doing too well financially. According to Torsia, she's sort of like living in dad's basement right now and trying to like figure out what to do with the rest of her life. And this, of course, is a result, as I said, of sort of the natural cycle of things. So when people get in and jump in on the red pill, and it's the, ooh, get on the red pill train, woo-hoo, right? And then as we go through the election cycle, and the red pill plays really good for a long time, and then now it's like, oh, we got to get out of this because we got to pivot to social issues. Oh, now it's the culture war. Oh, now it's politics. Oh, now it's MAGA. Oh, now it's this. And it's like, that's the cycle. And she wasn't ready for, she doesn't see the forest for the trees, and probably never will. And the best thing that could happen to her, I think, is probably Nuke marrying her. That's the worst thing that happened to Nuke, but it's the best thing that could probably happen to her. So I'm going to make you guys a promise. What's in the laptop? It's not a laptop. iPad. He knows what iPad it is. Ask him. Ask him what's in his old iPad. What's in his old iPad is chicks from his past that really do not like him. Yeah. Again, I'm not going to rat him out. I'm not gonna, like, I don't like anything that as I said before, anything that I could do pales in comparison to what he's going to do to himself. By the way, same thing goes for Pearl too. So sometimes you just got to back up off of this and just like let the shit go. Same thing as like I did with Destiny. Same thing I did with like Nick. Same thing I did with all the rest of these people. And guess what? You know, now people, as I said before, what I say? Oh, the whole game changes November 6th, right? Once we're done with the election, now you see like the chickens come home to roost, man. Lauren's done. Lauren Chen is done. I was right about Tim Pool selling to Daily Wire. I got so many fucking wins under my belt. People are like, what's he talking about? Yeah. No, that's again, I'm not calling names. I'm not like putting, why do you keep putting this stuff out for me here? Not that one. What's this one? I think the stream will be 5 hours. Give it. Yeah, no, I'm going to end it here. And just, I got food waiting on me right now, which I think I can eat now. I'm just sick of the bullshit. Yes, I am sick of the bullshit. You are correct, sir. What are these? Thank you for all the work you've done and continue to do for the community. I hope to meet you in person one day. Greetings from Gunnison, Colorado. Oh, cool. I heard there's good fishing there. Yeah. Thank you for all this stuff. Thanks. Sammy, I'll jump on that later on. I don't want to make too big a deal out of all this. What is this? Okay. Oh, that's right. You're from Poland, Joe. I forgot. Yeah. What is this? So Pearl got on our team. Yeah, you said it, not me. What else? I think probably the take-home message from all of this is I really wish I could reconnect with a lot of the people who I've had to like disconnect from as a result of all this stuff. And I hope someday I'll be able to do that. Maybe I'll be a little more trusting. And again, I don't, people say, oh, you blacklist people. No, I don't blacklist my friends. I love my friends. I want to talk to my friends. That's the whole problem I have with this, is that I shouldn't have to do this. I shouldn't have to do this. People, well, Rollo doesn't like CGA. No, I love CGA. I just didn't like who he was fucking working with. I'll hang with CGA. I kind of wish I would have gone to that show last night down at Red. I let him use the studio. Miguel let him use the studio. We paid Travis or not. I probably will end up paying Travis for it. What's in the box? So as far as like being cautious of what I do, it's not because it's just pragmatic. It's just being logistical. So if you think for some reason that I've cut you off because I think you're in cahoots with Pearl, I don't think my friends who ride with Pearl would do anything malicious, but I can't exclude the possibility that conversations I would have with them in confidence or otherwise, even just casual conversation, will get back to her. So I have to deal with another James Sexton situation. So why is Rollo so cautious? Why does Rollo hate her so much? Because this is the kind of bullshit I have to deal with on a daily basis, right? So I left RAR Squad. I'm sorry to say that, guys. I did, because of this, because of videos like this. Because of Glenn Lawrence, who you guys all think is a swell fucking guy, right? He's not. So, I mean, that's just where I'm going to leave it right now. It's nothing personal. I love you guys. Here's the other thing that pisses me off, by the way. The minute that I start being discerning about who I have conversations with or who I'm going to work with and who I'm going to collab with, that's when Glenn Lawrence goes to those people and says, yeah, Rollo's really a fucker. It's exactly what he did with Kevin Savo. It's exactly what he does with Thor. It's exactly what he does with all the rest of these guys. He starts talking shit about me, who he thinks, like if I go on, he thinks that I'm blackballing these people. I put them on like some sort of blacklist or something like that. I'm not. My fucking relationship with the Savos is ruined because of fucking Glenn Lawrence. Because the moment that he figured out that I didn't want to collab with them anymore because by all appearances they were riding with Pearl. It wasn't because I thought they were riding with Pearl. It was because I can't talk to them anymore without worrying or wondering if it's going to get back to her. That was what it was all about. But man, the moment there's open and the moment that it's open and that people think that I'm like being a dickhead. Oh, he doesn't want to, he still rides with Myron, even though Myron fucks around with Pearl. Show me where I'm collabing with Myron. I'm a little concerned with Myron's new direction, to be quite honest with you. I mean, I still think he's on board with the red pill and stuff like that, but I got to question a lot of the new like culture war stuff. Right? That's not the red pill to me. And at least I'm man enough, and at least I can go and have those conversations with him. But maybe that's an intro. Maybe that's an in that Glenn Lawrence can exploit and say, you know what, Rollo really doesn't like you because he doesn't ride with Pearl. Same thing he did with Kevin Sabo. Same thing he did with Red Pill Thor. Same thing he did with a lot of the other guys in Rule Zero. Same thing he does with the guys in RAR Squad. As soon as he thinks there's a problem between it, he goes and drives a deeper wedge. So if it seems like I blackballed you because of my situation with Pearl, it's not personal. I'll still be your friend. I'll still talk to you. You need counseling. You want to talk privately? No problem. I'm not going to collab with you. I can't depend on those collaborations not getting back to her. Because if I do, then I've got to I got to do a 4-hour fucking video to explain all this shit, right? And I'm not going to do. I'm done with this. I promise you, this is the last time I'm fucking doing this shit. Okay, no more fucking Pearl, no more fucking Glenn, no more of this bullshit. I'm gonna get back to the real fucking deal, man. Yeah. You are correct, Rachel. You are 100% correct. Yeah, I do too. I want to overlook it too. I know that he's 100% scammer. Would you like me to tell you a story? We had him on. It was a debate between Mike Sartain and Gary the Numbers Guy. You can get it. It's on Mike's channel. And then towards the end of that show, I'm supposed to be the mediator, and I'm not really. They just let them go back and forth. But at the end of the show, I was like, and this was before the Golden Knights won the Stanley Cup, and I was like, okay, I want a prediction from you. I said, are my Knights going to win the Stanley Cup this year, right? And he's like, I don't know, looked at his Magic 8-Ball or some shit like that. Definitely not. There's no way they're going to win. And guess what? They won. You know what he does in the middle of the game? Like I think who was it? They were down they were up 9-1 or something. There's no way they're coming back. Like the Golden Knights were going to win the Stanley Cup. He hits me up. He texts me and says, "Hey, I want you to give me as much," because we had a bet. I bet him money that the Knights were going to win, and he knew they were going to lose. The first thing he does, he says, "I want you to give me as much shit as you possibly can." On the Knights winning, right? Because Gary doesn't care if he's right or he's wrong. He just wants you to remember how to spell his name right. That's what he's about. He's not about there's no subs. There's nothing to Gary. Those astrology shit. He doesn't even believe in this shit. Are you kidding? He just cares that you believe in it enough to pay for his courses. That's what it is. And yes, that makes me very concerned about Myron and Fresh. It makes me wonder how bad finances are for them that they would actually entertain Gary as a manager of some sorts. Yeah. Yeah, and what's funny is he's probably got half a dozen people watching this video, right? Watching in the wings right now, and I'm going to catch all kinds of shit on Twitter for it. So, thanks a lot. Let's see. I think that's it. All right, gentlemen, I'm done. I'm out. I'm starving. So, don't forget, pray for me. I have oral surgery tomorrow. I split my molar, so if I have a big old goiter, you'll know why. So, anyways, that's good for today. I hope this has been educational for you. I promise you, I will not do another one of these. I think I've pretty much spelled out my case. So, I think I've been pretty detailed in it as well. So, guys, I will be in, assuming my tooth is okay, I will be in Los Angeles on from the 5th through the 7th. On the 6th, which is Thursday, there's no Access Vegas, but Mike and I will be at Babes in Toyland in Los Angeles. It's going to be at Academy. It is for animal rescue this time, so that's kind of up my alley. That's the charity this time. It looks to be a big one because I'm looking at all of the girls that are supposed to be showing up as hostesses for this, and it's looking like it's going to be pretty well attended. So if that's your thing, it'll be in Hollywood at Academy, right off of Hollywood Boulevard. And if you need more information, you can either hit me up, you can hit up Mike Sartain, or you can just simply go to Babes in Toyland Charity on Instagram, and you'll get all kinds of information for that if you are in the Los Angeles area or you want to be. So I'll be there. And then after that, the following Wednesday, which is March 12th, don't forget the Battle of the Bands at Bonfire in Las Vegas. It's right over by UNLV actually, but it's also very close to Centerfold Strip Club, which I have no doubt we will have strippers there as well. So check that out. And yeah, thank you, Sam, for reminding me. Reignite, if you want to join my Reignite program and unfuck your life. And it's really meant to be sort of a reconstruction program for guys. Please check that out. You can check out the link that Sam has just put there, or you can just get the one that's right down below, first one in line. And I think that's it for me today. Guys, thanks for listening. And I know this has been kind of a slog. Hopefully my boys can get some clips out of this. But it is what it is. I felt like it needed to be done, and so I did it. So I will see you guys next week. And don't forget that I love you all, and vaya con Dios, man.
Would you do it again?
Bye, Felicia.
I need to feel you on top of me. It was my first time, but I was just a kid when we met and went to bed. It was my first time. Ain't nobody got time for this. What do you expect from me? I'm breaking up the rules now in the game. I've got some new tools. Please do the same. Time came by and went over like a matchbox stereo. Time to get my thoughts down and let go. Bound to keep me up all night. But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things be different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things be different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Could have the best in my life.
Masagini.
Flawless victory.
Now we're fucking in the bathroom, tearing up everywhere while I got your hair. Why you screaming my name?
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty? Ugh.
She was swinging in the bedroom, whole time stopping and slipping with her hair like she's Claudia Kelly. So baby, come run me. Ride me up and down like a pony. Turning up my song, getting messy. Working up and down on your body. Run me. Ride me up and down like a pony. Turning up my song on your body. Baby, we'll get down to it all night. But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things be different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things be different. Goddamn, baby, one more again.
Your City Podcast has been a production of The Rational Mail. All rights reserved. Registered trademark 2025. And don't steal Ned stuff.
Tell these bitches to go to hell. Kowalski from Alice.
Maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things be different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? She's not a Christian. Then maybe things be different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. The best in my life.
FBI, open up!
God wants you to have the baby.
Definitely not.